No, they think that I just come in there and look for knockoffs, and that's not the case. You know, I'm actually a sharp, smart fighter.
So, well, wait, I'm here. Who wanted to fight me?
I really don't care who's in front of me. I don't feel like no fighter can beat me.
Demolish everybody, to be honest. Everybody that's in my way. The pinnacle to any weight division is to have all the belts, all of the titles.
Welcome to Bodywork. Welcome back. It's Michael Rogers. Welcome to Bodywork Boxing. It feels so good to be back. It's just another Sunday. Man, it's a fun day, man. It's a great time to be in the sport of boxing, being able to talk that boxing talk, y'all. Man, I was like, man, I'm not gonna wait till my normal time. I'm not gonna go my normal time. You know why? Because it's boxing tonight. And I ain't want to step on no toes. I'm staying abreast. I got to be in. Hey, if it's a boxing conversation, I don't care how big or how small. I want in. When I took my break because I was so caught up with how crazy, how nasty boxing talk was, and I walked away, you guys starved. You guys got fat. So now, when there's a credible boxing talk conversation with rationale, not rememorization and regurgitation, my name is Bodywork, and I want in. My friends, it's a new day and time. You can have a conversation not involving me and AC. What's wrong with you guys? We want in. What's going on, AC?
What's going on, bro?
Cookie Monster say, mic check, sounding like $1 million. Oh, shucks.
Yeah, big salute to Cookie Monster. Big salute. Yeah, like today's conversation is gonna be good, man. I had to go to the supermarket real quick and buy some different seasonings for this cook, because it's a different thing we gonna make. It's like a jambalaya. It's gonna be a whole bunch of other shit, but once it's all put together, it's gonna go down real smooth and tasty. You know what I'm saying? And people gonna be like, yeah, that's the kind of meal and the kind of cook I tend to like, because I get full off of that. So, that's where I'm at with this conversation. Can't wait to get into the meat and potatoes, even the housekeeping. Like, bruh, it ain't that often when a person gets excited about the housekeeping. Like, wow, So, with that being said, let's get into this.
Yeah, man, I think we got a couple people in the building, man. I want to see people get the lights up, man. And plus, I've been realizing, man, that them little instrumentals, man, like, since I be wanting to set the mood for the conversation, and like how I be feeling when I be zoned out to these things just be bossing me going through my mind. So I want to let a little bit of time go by with this instrumental get into people, man. I want to slow it down just a little bit, because we ain't in no rush.
Yeah.
And set the vibe, set the tone, man. Like, I want to make sure everybody feeling good, everybody in a comfortable place. I want to make sure that them notifications and everything went through. And I did want to say, listen, I know AC got a cash app. I could put mine up there, but I'll play it in the thing. But man, support the channel. But listen, we got a goal, y'all. I don't know if y'all seen the goal, man. We taking all blue. Why? Because we want to get Chris Mannix a new suit. You know what I'm saying? Like, Chris, man, you know, if you see my intro, I still got the Hornet, Senicia Estrada, super bad. Like, she was my favorite female boxer, like, hands down, man. Hey, Senicia Estrada will put hands and feet on you. But somehow, Chris Mannix, I gotta salute. Chris Mannix bagged him one, man. So if Chris, listen, look at her little ass to be in front of him throwing them hands, and like, you'll be more concerned, like, 'cause you know, Chris give you a lot of he give you a nice vast target area, especially if you don't like to go to the body and you're a head hunter. Chris got all you need. So I was shocked when he bagged Senicia Estrada, my favorite female boxer, the Hornet, who will put hands and feet on you. Like, she's super bad. You know, he got her, you know what I'm saying? And I think they had a little one too. So he didn't spawn with Chris. Like, Chris living the American dream, but I be thinking, like, listen, if I remember when I used to sell insurance, man, you couldn't. I used to have a gray suit with the peach pinstripes, the tie matched, the belt matched the shoes, and the suit was like custom made. So I used to go and they used to measure my arms, measure my waist. You know what I'm saying? So my thing was like, I was selling that insurance. I'm like, hey, I'm just here to present it. It sells itself. That was my thing. So I remember when I used to put on suits. So I remember I used to have my favorites. I used to have my most consistent, but nobody is more consistent. It's so crazy. Me and my lady are Sagittarius. I was December 20th. She December 21st. I swear I was thinking, and I said, man, I ain't gonna talk my baby head off while she watching it. A couple minutes went by. She was like, hey, man, do he got like any other kind of suit? I said, baby, that's why we link the way we link. Like, I be trying to tell you, man, we almost through osmosis, man. I can look at her, man. We watching the same thing and we keeping eye contact. We can communicate without communicating, bro. Because I said, man, babe, I was just about to mention this. This nigga be wearing the same motherfucking royal blue suit. I think it's between royal and what they call sky. Like, it's between royal and sky, but sky can be interpreted different. So the goal of the channel today, man, is if you super chat, we're gonna slide something over to Chris Max to get a new blue suit, man. This ain't just for the conversation and all the unique perspectives and the fact that we speak the facts, and we're gonna give some, valid points, and we're gonna point out some hypocriticisms and all of that. It's not for the fruits and veggies. This is to help for us. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna take a portion of it and we're gonna slide it towards Chris Maddox to get a new suit, man.
Yeah, this is a GoFundMe for Chris Maddox's new suit.
That blue suit, man.
Right, bro, I know you could do better. Unless you one of them weird dudes that just got a closet full of that same suit.
He might got 3 of the same. Some people do that. They're about 3 of the same exact ones. I mean, I understand with the black, but like, man. But anyways, man, I'm gonna stop clowning around, man. I'm gonna grow up in about 15 seconds. It's just so much that's going on, and I'm gonna try to compartmentalize and just give myself, because I hate to be knee-jerk, but I just try to take it all in, look at a couple different people, hear a couple different sources, and get the pulse so that I can see, okay, how I'm feeling versus what I'm hearing, and gauging the two. And shit, we might as well go ahead and get into the housekeeping. We might as well get into the housekeeping. Shields versus Cruz DAZN beef, real or not? Because prior to the fight being announced, like, they were cool. I know that, Shields, she came out, I think she beat her on her debut. So, but they had been cool because they had been like double teaming what's her name? The sweet Terminator, Shadeja Green. And they had it in for her, but they all used to be cool, all 3 of them. And I think like cruise DAZN, like spit on her in the elevator or something. I try not to focus on that messy stuff. And then there's women boxing. So when you go in too far, they like, oh, those are just women and those are this. So I done gave up. You know what I'm saying? The controversial reaction to popping hot for PEDs and how people get exception. I just said, nah, because I never want to make it come across that I just outright disrespect a woman. So I got off of women's boxing, but I've been looking at it from afar because I got to stay abreast. DAZN Cruz, she gained a lot of my respect when she fought against Dejasia Green. I was talking shit. I was like, you better give Dejasia her shot and all this or whatever before the fight because I was believing in Dejasia. She came in there and put pause on Dejasia, and that's when she gained my respect, just like Nair Albright last night. But to stay on focus, after that, I say, hey, I gotta respect Fran Sean. For one, she from the hood. She from Baltimore. For two, she is accomplished. Aside from her, like a lot of people get like infatuated by, you know, Clarissa, whether it's the fact that she called herself the GWOAT, the fact that she has a relationship with the dude that's married to Remy Ma Papoose. So they're an item, they're social media darlings, all of that. But like a lot of the women get overshadowed, and it's in this gang boxing culture. It's like you can't like Clarissa and like Alicia and like Dejasia. It's like you gotta find a way to, you know what I'm saying, whether or not you think and believe in styles, like you kind of gotta pledge your allegiance to one or the other, and you can't acknowledge. It's just dumb, especially in an individual sport. People like Fran Sean, people like Caroline Dubois, I think that they're getting overshadowed because of we're real thirsty for a star, and Clarissa's at the top of the totem pole. I think Alicia, a lot of people like her. She got sex appeal, she got attraction, she got all of that. So some people kind of like her for the wrong reasons, but it's very scarce here. So when we get a fighter of this caliber, we got a veteran in Fran Sean and Clarissa Shields, it get overshadowed by some active squad Negro type shit. And this is the shit that I be pointing out all the time. Like the biggest highlight of all this, and then the reactions I seen Fran Sean, she did a 3-minute video. And then, you know, you always got to be up. You got to be upstaged. You got to be upsided by somebody from the active squad. And that happened to Clarissa. So when Fran Sean come out and do her rebuttal to the squabble, the fight outside, the shove inside, all of that stuff, Clarissa come back and do a 15-minute video. I'm like, this is what I be trying to say. It's like people be trying to pull that BLACK card. However, the actor squad, they are going to overshadow and make stuff some NEGRO type shit. And I'm not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. But it was a whole squabble. And I listened to Fran Sean. She said Papoose and them tried to jump her husband or whatever. And I was like, I don't get into the messy stuff. But like, I'm like, yeah, because they used to talk about how what happened between him and Easy to Block. And they said they stole him. But I'm like, man, in typical, you know what I'm saying, like fashion of like where you the cloth you cut from, ain't no telling you had like 7, 8, 10 people out there to where even if Easy would have did whatever. I don't have all the facts, so I reserve judgment. And I don't get into that. I'm more about boxing, but think about it. They're getting ready to fight in a couple hours. And the biggest news was the squabbles before the fight. And now listen, you can say, oh man, that stuff happened. No, but think about it. When it comes down to active squad, there's starting to be increased interactions, intimidation, squabbles, like all kind of like NEGRO type things. And nobody wants to say nothing about it. So I'm like, I know they're friends. I know that we are in the WWE, WWF era. But is this beef real or not? If you listen to Fran Sean and how she said, no, like, listen, you disrespected my husband. Like, they got a covenant. And like when I looked at her tone and the respect I have for her now, I'm like, yeah, this look and seem like everything is lost. Now she's actually coming out saying how Clarissa really was and how she's like Hollywood, like she's fake and all this. And I'm like, people, like real people, real recognize real. So real definitely recognize fake. And we know that when somebody might have a tough upbringing, but how the persona that they're trying to portray is not them. You could fight, you could be ice cold. But like we know when you grew up, how you grew up, and yeah, that's your storyline. But we know when you're actually putting on, like you're trying to portray something. that you're really not. I respect Clarissa and shot inside the ring, but like I'm kind of getting tired of the things that's going on surrounding her and other people in the active squad, which is a precursor to something that I'm getting at in the bigger picture today. That's number one. Is that real or is that fake? Are they playing a game? Are they selling it because it's women boxing? It's their time to shine. Just their little 15 minutes of fave. You know what I'm saying? Because they still got to fight. That's the thing. And that hasn't happened yet. So that's going to be the ultimate lie detector. Don't quote me, quote Bernard Hopkins. That's what he said. That man said. That legend said. That's the one. That's first one. The second one. GTD stock rose overnight. Listen, y'all. I mean, y'all already know what kind of person Bodywork is. I speak the truth on my man's, not my man. Like, no, regardless, because I can't compromise. You're not gonna hit me up and have me pussyfooting around and dancing around because I done lied and shucked and jive. No way. I can't run and hide. You got to beat me to sleep. You could do it, but you got to do it. You know what I'm saying? I should no surrender, no retreat. Like, no, no safe words. You ain't gonna hear me screaming out pineapples, blah, blah, blah. This was the Tank Davis stoppage bowl. Before we had the Tank Davis Survivor Bowl. Survivor Bowl was Lamont Rhodes versus Cruz. Decision against Lamont Rhodes more recently. Draw against Lamont Rhodes more recently. Decision against Pitbull Cruz. And that was his short notice replacement fight. If we got to remind you. Like, i.e. Padley, the electrician off the roof. Yeah, short notice Padley, electrician on the roof versus short notice Isaac Pitbull Cruz when you was getting ready to fight Rolly. A guy who made Ryan put his hands in his pockets. Let's parking lot that. That was the Survival Bowl. Roach versus Pitbull. This was the Stoppage Bowl. Think about it. Mario Barrios stopped him. Technically, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't to the body, but we know that lingering body shot, that shit was it was still lingering, and ultimately it got stopped. But that was the last knockdown from a delayed body shot, and then after that, it was just like, nah, man, nah, I'm good. Like, nah, you good, bro. You didn't had enough, bro. Go home, you're drunk. Tank Davis stopped him. Ryan, they say, hey, he made him quit. People be having a caveat on all of the catch weight, but guess what? The caveat is lifted. Why? Because not that like it mattered, you know what I'm saying? Real recognize real. That was a legit situation. He afforded him a pound to his benefit so he wouldn't scrape the bottom of the barrel. Then he fought him because he was a 135 champion, and that's what was being challenged. And I'll digress to this most recent thing. Here we have it where Ryan beats Mario Barrios and Tank stopped both of them to the body. This is body work. Yeah. It's body work. So once again, the Tank Davis resume aged, and guess what? It aged even more. Why? Because the shit that we're going to get to, the meat and potatoes, is Shakur wants to step out now and fight Tank's leftovers, the guy who smacked Devin, and then Devin went and got the loss. The guy who lost to Rolly once again. Because it's crazy how people actually forget that Teofimo Lopez had already actually lost to Cambosis. And then on the scorecards, he arguably lost to Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? But was awarded a decision because of the business of boxing. It's like everybody wants to forget that. And now it's permissible for Shakur Stevenson, the 140 WBO champion, now wants to fight the 147 WBC, who he owes sanctioning fees, who Oshaki said, I'll handle them teams. But then Shakur says, nah, you disrespecting. I don't want to fight you. He gets to call him out at the catch weight of 144 at a catch weight. A circus fight. A non-legacy, even though this is Mr. Legacy. I'll digress. That's what we got going on. But long story short, Tank stopped both of these guys, and now the quote unquote I'm gonna call him the face mask of boxing. He's the face mask of boxing. I gotta remind y'all, man, like a lot of men will tell you, man, how they got with Shorty and how it's been ever since they got with Shorty, but they don't really tell you how they got with Shorty. And they don't tell you that the way that they got with Shorty is because her man went to prison. And that's what we're now witnessing with this whole Shakur Twitter Stevenson type shit. It's like somebody had, you know what I'm saying, while the cats away, the mice would play, and somebody got into some legal things. And now somebody running around like they all willy-nilly in the mess hall with their chest out because somebody got their ass in a bing. So make sure that when your mans and them be telling you how they got with Shorty, make sure they give you the backstory and how they only got with her because somebody had to go be gone till November. Well, that's Shakur Stevenson right now. And he wants to fight a guy who Tank already stopped years ago. Before Bud beat Earl. Let that sink in. Before Bud beat Earl, Tank stopped this guy to the body and they said he quit. But somehow, some way, this is the guy that Shakur wants to get next. We're going to park him like that. But, long story short, stop telling me about how Tank ain't fought nobody and how he ain't did shit. Because a competitive fight with Roach and Pitbull ended in a draw. Well, people want to see a rematch in that. And then you see Ryan Garcia put in a masterclass against Mario Barrios, who went on to put hands and feet on Ugas, who pretty much survived Keith Thurman, but got still, you know what I'm saying, who survived with and got a draw with Manny Pacquiao, got a draw with Abel Ramos. Tank stopped them. Like, don't, if you just gotta help, just say I hate Tank, I don't like him. And then I'll let you talk, and then we'll just discount everything you say after that. His stock rose last night while he gone handling his personal business. The last one, Bud. I'm 45, bro. You know what I'm saying? I made what? I got you by about 6-7 years, maybe. AC got you by about shit. That could be your father. Like, realistically. I mean, but bruh, I don't know what era we in. Like, this is why I be trying to say about the soft strategic area. Not only do you have a guy with a reputation like Jay Prince, not only do you have that, but you got arguably, the minute he announced himself as he's back or whatever, you got arguably, because before he retired, he was recognized as the #1 pound for pound guy. He went to the top of the mountain and he jumped up. He dared to be great. He put hands and feet on Canelo Alvarez. He didn't stop him. He didn't drop him. He put hands and feet on him, and maybe he made him put his hands in his pockets. You got that guy as a retired guy running around on people. Like running down on people's cousins. Like at fights. And this is why I say boxing saved me, because boxing keeps me in the house, online, being an internet tough guy. That's what boxing do for me. It's the hobby that's right. It's the hobby that I love, that I'll do for free. Because I damn near virtually be doing it for free. Ghostwriting for people and all of that. But that's why I say boxing saved me. I be in the house minding my business, focused on what's going on, keeping people informed about what's going on in boxing. We do not need a pit bull running around being a watchdog, a guard dog, an intimidation guy, a security guard for Shakur. We are in the softest, sassiest, most strategic era ever. And Bud is out here running down on people. He made Ryan Garcia, the way Bud was looking at this little dude, like this dude was an amateur. He was smart. The way Bud was looking at this dude, Bud had to say, hey, listen, man, congratulations on your fight. He had to basically run that, like, admit and give respect for Ryan Garcia's cousin, bro. For what? I do not like bullies, bro. I do not like bullies, and I swear, It's not right to have this man running around. Last time he ran down on T.O. You had already checked him before. But how soft are you when you need somebody like Bud, the #1 pound for pound, to where even if somebody really wanted to get with you and get gritty, get gully, like really like actually get nasty, like do some harm, they won't because they respect your accomplishments. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. Like, there's a lot of people that's going to respect Bud and say, hey, listen, man, we respect what you do, man. Yeah, man, you one of the coolest to ever lace him up. I call him the closer in my boxes to watch. He's the last one on my boxes to watch that you see because he's like the end-level boss on Double Dragon. You got to get past him. You can do it, but you got to do it. And so far, nobody was able to do it. It's not right to have this man running down on people's family or just being there, intimidating people. You already got Jay Prince. You got Eddie Hearn. You got the network. Now you got Bud and the Pitbull. Then you got Keyshawn, which is your Robin. You got Richardson Hitchens, who stock just took a drastic drop, in my opinion. It's like, Bud, you got to go sit down, bro. You got to go sit down. I thought you said you was helping watching your kids and doing the wrestling thing and all. You got to go sit down, bro. Like, this is not like, I wish I would see Earl going up and do some shit like that. You don't see that. You got people coming up just wanting to take pictures and be around him, and now you got to be escorting Shakur every goddamn where he go. Like, it's disgusting to me, man. But that's the housekeeping, man. Please, Bud, just chill out, bro. I swear, bro, I like Bud as a person. I love what he is as a father, and like, I love the mindset to where it's like, yeah, you got to take me out, but all that extra shit, bro, I would not compromise, bro. Don't come around me if you don't understand this. Don't come around me. Don't petition to try to do whatever. I don't like that shit, bro. I do not like bullies. I don't give a fuck how big, how tall, how many people. You gonna have to beat me to sleep. I don't like bullies, man. And this shit that they doing with Shakur and Bud and the actor squad, and just look at the things. Look at what Devin and them did. And Bill and them. Look at that at a venue. Look at this shit that Clarissa and them doing. She's part of the actor squad and all that. Look at Bud and how they moving around with Shakur and all that. Like, boxing is out of control. And even though we don't talk about that toxic shit, yo, it need to go. It's not good for the sport. That's the housekeeping on my end, AC, man. You could
for
have
me,
your way at it, bro.
For me, I'm coming in it like this. Excuse me. I'm a person. Hold on. I'm a person that doesn't like bullies myself. When I was in school, I used to see certain kids get bullied, and when I was very, very small, because I was a extremely small, like a small kid, growing up in like some of the worst neighborhoods in Brownsville and East New York, people are gonna always try you. So either you protect yourself or you become a victim. I chose not to be a victim to anybody, so for me, when I used to see kids get bullied, sometimes I get mad at the kid who's the victim. Like, why don't you stand up for yourself? Why won't you stand up? He can't fight. I'll tell you right now, I bet you I go over there and smack him in his face and he won't do nothing. Because I'm telling you, he can't fight. And they would look at me, but I don't like to fight. I said, I get that. But he can't beat you if you choose to fight. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, it's just that simple for me. So sometimes I played the role of the guy who would just challenge the bully. Win, lose, or draw, you're going to have to fight me right now. Because I don't know this person, but I don't like the way you move.
You cut out for a second.
But if you become a bully, then we're going to have to scrap that out. because I can't deal with that. My mind can't deal with that. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I'm not with that. Terrence Crawford, you have some of the most dangerous hands on the planet right now. You have the mindset that's, in a straight up fist fight, I don't really see anybody like really fucking with you. So there's no need for you to try to put that intimidation on. You're the champ. You're the number one pound for pound guy. You're the most accoladed guy in sports right now. So what is the need for that? Now you're supposed to move like a real gangster. I don't do nothing. You just see me whisper something in somebody's ear and then shit get done. I don't have to put my presence there, make myself be known. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I was asking the question before. Is Shakur who he is without Terrence Crawford? And right now I'm seeing no fucking way. No way it's possible. So with that dynamic, it's making me dislike you in your retirement stage, but I was a huge fan of yours while you were boxing. So that's the dynamic for me, and I would just like to respect you as a retired champion, as well as respect you, as the fighter you were when you were active. So that's where I landed with that. Clarissa Shields. I'm just gonna cook on Clarissa Shields real quick. That's a good
salute
fight.
to AJ. Let me just say salute to AJ. We see you here, man. Just let AC get his last thing, and then we'll hand it to you.
Yes, for sure. For me, I found that whole situation funny because it's like basically two chicks in t-shirts and panties and fur coats in each other's face beefing. I'd have been hot as hell, like, yo, serious ladies, let's calm this shit down. I got an empty telly room upstairs because y'all got on all that easy access shit. Hey.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, exactly, B.
Because I'm being a man right now. You feel what I'm saying? I press up on that bumper in the fur coat, bro. Trust me, shorty. So, so I was just like, wow. I might have had a disposition standing there watching these chicks like somebody would have looked at me like, you dirty ass perverted old man. And I'd have been like, and look at what I'm looking at. You don't see what I'm looking at? What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? So I think it's what they do. I think I think there was a portion of it that was real, and then a portion of it that was fake, and then at some point it turned real because you got grumpy people ready to fight, already turned up. You know what I'm saying? You got their crews behind them, and I just gotta say this: Pat Bed-Stuy can't go with you everywhere. Stuy can't go with you everywhere. Brooklyn can't go with you everywhere. You could represent Brooklyn, but Brooklyn can't go with you everywhere. So, yeah. Pat, if you trying to start some weird shit like that and try to be like, well, I got a little bit more size on me because I went up top and now I'm back in New York. Bro, that shit don't mean nothing because who you were going up can definitely change by the time you come back down. Because I done seen dudes that went up, straight up wide backs and all of that. See the homie when he came back, this dude got hips. Like, how the fuck did that happen? So that's all I'm saying. So it don't always go that well. So when you do that, you're supposed to be the OG or big unk and be like, nah, I don't deal in those type of things right now. Now it's about money. It's time to be cool. I done paid my debt to society. I'm not being a knucklehead no more. I got a good woman next to me. She doing it. I'm kind of living off of her. I still got my Remy Ma chick that we got to settle our stuff off of, and I don't know where I want to be. So don't get messy and get in between all of that because you're gonna look real weird in a minute. and Brooklyn might not want to let you come back like that unless it's your family. And that's where I land that plane.
Word. I'll comment on Pap after I let AJ have it, man. What's going on, AJ?
Salute, Bodywork.
Salute, brother.
Yeah, man. I just want to say this as far as regarding the topics at hand. Yeah, like yeah, I don't know, but I think boxing is full of bots and like fanboys, the dope coat, Tennessee Jewelry people. They done took over, bro. Cause I just want to say this, bro. Like a fighter have a tough fight, bro. No matter who they is. And y'all saying this the dude that could beat Shakur. These dudes is trash, bro. Do you think Shakur is getting in there with a Haruka?
Fuck no.
No, he's not, bro. You think Shakur is getting there with a black fighter, like outright, that gave every quote unquote top guy that he fought, he gave him pride. Shakur's not getting in there with none of them. He gonna get in there with Tio. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna get in there with Tio, and he's trying to get in there with Ryan Garcia, which I ain't gonna say nothing, but I was just gonna let FanDuel and all that handle all that, cause I won money last time. Somebody thought Ryan was a lick. I'm just saying.
I did too. I came up big, brother.
I did too, man. I used my tax refund on that bet because I already seen it. But nevertheless, we got people out here saying that Gary Anton Russell is not who he say he is because he had a tough fight with somebody that he chose to fight. He chose to fight him, bro. That was a title defense. You could say this, that, and the third, or what would you say? You would have thought you was on the three-way call when I talked to AC earlier, bro. Everything you saying, bro. That's how I know you 300. You 300 to the core. You 300 to the core. I'm telling you, it's sad, bro, because you can't have a good fight these days. Tank can't have a good fight. Only Shakur can have a fight that he blameless and shameless and everything went perfect. I don't know about y'all, bro, but boxing ain't been like that ever. It only been like that recently with the Wilders and the Earls. There's always these one-sided beatdowns. I'm talking about top level, not intermediate, whatever. But that's neither here or there. I don't even want to get them because they just man.
No, let me tell you. No. I gotta pat you on the back. No homo. I gotta pat you on the back and say that, listen, man, this is what the channel is about. Silence is consent. Because the reason why I say it sounds like you might have been on a conversation me and AC had, but I just brushed up with him because I didn't want to call him too late, right after the fight. So he probably laid up with his lady. I know I'm laid up with my lady. I didn't want to call him then, but we was communicating all through the fights and just announcing shit like what we seen in real time, through the fight, like we always do. And we was on the same page this morning when we talked. And you on the same page as us without even communicating. That's why I say, man, this needs to be heard. Like the public needs to hear these things. Like that's the same thing I said. Listen, you get everybody giving Shakur, and I'm not a hater. I just want you to listen to the facts. This is why I put up that timeline. Like this is where I put up like stuff like this, like something that's factual to where it's like this. Hold on, let me see. Let me get to it. This right here has more information for you to interpret than your mind will actually allow. Like for one, which one of these says vacant? So one of them says vacant, but none of them says Olympian. And this is why, and then none of them says top ranked diet.
Nope.
Which two of them were on. So it's like the facts be right in front of our faces, we don't see it. But I said, man, listen, I am not hating. I'm just asking you to just relax, get out of your emotions. Like, forget that Shakur, because you don't even got to say this out loud. I want you to do this exercise for yourself. I want you to ask yourself. His first title was against Joel Gonzalez, which was a vacant. And he was engaged. He was engaged to the dude's sister that he fought.
Yep.
When he fought Jamel Herring, they were cool. They try to dismiss and say that it wasn't what it was, but they were more than just friends. Like, why? How do I know? Because when he lost and all that shit that he did, how he raped, like, he murdered the purse. Like, he murdered the purse based on his last purse on some technical shit, on some body rules, on some using the sanctioning body to get what he wanted. And that was his homie. They sparred plenty of times. He's part of B&B. But you're not going to get them to say that. He did that to him, and then he beat the shit out of him, but there was familiarity and the fact he raked this nigga over the coals. Like, this was almost worse than what Bud did to Earl, knowing that Earl wanted undisputed and everything that Earl acquiesced and gave up just to get the fight. He did that to his man, Jamel. That's when I started looking at the nigga sideways, because I was online protecting him. Like, doing content in favor of him when he was going up against the D-Hot. It was later on when I started saying, hold on, man. But that was the first one. I'm like, hold on, man. That was your guy. You had familiarity. So this is not a guy that you don't, like, most guys don't have the privilege of being able to spar with the guy that they're actually fighting. And when they do, it's very rare. But when they do, it's because it's big money. The guy gonna give his guy a shot, knowing that damn well, like, pretty much, like, it's in the cards for you to lose. Like, unless you just show up and show out and just you didn't develop, like, it's in the cards for you to lose, but I'm affording you a payday. I'm giving you all this. I'm giving you all that. Like, Shakur did that with Jamel Herring. You go to Yoshino. Okay, cool with Yoshino. He blew weight against Conceição. So, yeah, he blew weight. Like, the same shit that everybody that was on bended knee for Ryan Garcia for blowing weight, and Devin still accepting it and moving forward. Like, we gotta nix, if you nix that whole performance, you gotta nix the whole performance against Conceição. Because he blew weight bullied that man, gave up his leverage, and did all of that. Like, yeah, man, you start looking at his resume and you start saying, hold on, man, he beat Joel Gonzalez for a vacant. He beat Oscar Valdez, who was already getting, quote unquote, his socks boxed off. Shakur is a boxer. He landed that trick shot, fourth quarter, bow, against Burchell, and it was over. And yeah, that was a highlight reel. But let's keep it real. He had the height, the reach, the size. Because mind you, for the last 2 years, I have record where Shakur Stevenson said that he was bigger than Teofimo Lopez. He said it's funny that, I mean, yeah, that fight can happen at 140. Why? Because I'm actually bigger than Teo. It's been over 2 years when he said that. He been telling y'all that he's a real 135er. So yes, he checked the block. He go against a William Zepeda, who was never a champion. Trevor Farmer already beat him. He got the decision. He came back. He whooped his ass. Trevor Farmer wound up getting stopped by Schofield. But he get credit for Zepeda and then moving up to Teo. And people act like Teo had never lost and that he's not up and down. He's a 50-50 fighter. He came out flat. It is what it is. Shakur did exactly what he was supposed to do. Just like Bud did what he was supposed to do against Earl Spence. So think about it. Let me go back down the line. Joel Gonzalez, a vacant. He was dating his sister. It was a vacant. He was dating his sister. Valdez, getting his socks boxed off. Knocked out Burchell. Height, size, reach, every advantage, athleticism, resume, pedigree, corner, coach, All of that. Had the advantage. Moved up. Tio,
TD.
already beaten. Beaten twice. Got dropped by he got dropped by Zarilla. No, he got dropped by Sandor Martin, who's
Sandor
40-2, who arguably is 42-0. Based on my calculations, a guy who Devin didn't want to fight to get his strap back. Lost to him. Lost to Jermaine Ortiz. Then you beat him. And so now all of a sudden, you want to beat a champion, a bona fide champion, who finally did what needed to be done to Mario Barrios. A master class. Made him put his hands in his pockets. Dropped him when everybody said that he only had a left and not a right. And we about to cook the shit out of Tim Bradley. And this is what I be talking about. This is what I be talking about. So now it's okay. So listen to me, y'all. I'm going to land right here. Listen to me. It's okay for Shakur Stevenson to win a 140-pound WBO strap from Teofimo Lopez. And then his very next move is a guy who got stopped by Tank, got outboxed. Shakur is a boxer. Got outboxed and dropped by Rolly Romero. To bring this guy from the welterweight status WBC, the one who you shit on just now, didn't pay your fees, said fuck your belt, the ring belt is free. That same guy, you can bring him down to 144 when he finally legitimized himself, and that's all people want to talk about. I call bullshit, and that's where I'm gonna land.
Man, listen, I'm right with you on there now. Here's where things got crazy for me. When you was talking about missing weight, they brought Shakur in to give his opinion on Richardson Hitchens, and Hitchens didn't miss weight. He just got sick during the rehydration, as the reports are, allegedly. But he did not miss weight. He made weight. He even made weight on the rehydration. You missed weight. You said you tried till only blood came out. You said, what am I supposed to do? You missed weight. Something went wrong with him during the rehydration, allegedly. So they were trying to say, and that's why I like the boxer dude who was like, yeah, but did he make weight? Yes or no? And where he kept on putting old boy on blast, like, no, did he miss weight? Yes or no? He made weight. Something happened in the rehydration, but he made weight. He didn't miss weight. So calling for him to be stripped or whatever, that's a bit harsh because he made weight both times. Shakur did not make weight. So when you trying to bring Shakur in on a narrative argument, and then he wants to come out and then give his 2 cents on it, knowing that you missed weight and your boy missed weight. The Wonder Twins, both of y'all missed weight. So at the end of the day, you would have thought that Shakur would have been like, as a person who missed weight, it just comes, you would think that he would have tried to throw a bone, being that Hitchens been coming out and saying, you know, nah, me and Shakur cool. We been cool. I talk to Shakur almost every other day, and he been trying to play politics through this whole thing and not shit on you. But the minute that you can throw your boy a bone, you shit on him. It's like Nino Man's song, IDK. We was all together when we was all broke niggas, but you was the brokest nigga. You feel what I'm saying? Now you got money, and now you all stealthy and shit on people. You moving in silence and you moving real weird. That's what that song is about. He talking about dudes like Shakur. So for me, when you look at it, that's like, see, this is why Brooklyn dudes don't rock with them Jersey cats. Because them niggas is they not gonna stand up for you. You standing up for this dude, and then the minute that the big stage says and you like, yeah, missing weight is unprofessional and this and that, but you don't want to talk about your shit and you want to act like you and Keyshawn never miss weight. That shit had me kind of tight. Like, I hope Hitchens is seeing this and he's saying to himself, you know what, fuck them dudes. I don't need to be a part of that Brat Pack shit. Fuck all of them. And whatever weight I go to, y'all come up there, I'ma step on both you little niggas. So I hope lessons learned. I hope you now really seeing who your peoples are. Cause them dudes ain't. So run your own race, Hitchens. You don't need them dudes. And that's your warning sign. If you don't see it, the OG telling you, bro. I done seen these type of cats 100 miles an hour down the motherfucking 3 just cruising in the caddy. I won't even get them dudes a quick little bump to acknowledge you alive. I just look at them like, yeah, there that bitch ass nigga go. I ain't even gonna waste my time. Keep cruising. So that's how you got to get with that. So that's where I'm gonna land on that, because I could go on for days about, you know, how fucked up that one situation right there was to me. And then I didn't even get to the other one. But just that one right there just let me know everything I need to know. And then hopefully, Richardson, I hope you see the same thing that I'm seeing.
Yeah, man. Not to bring him up, but the one guy that's been telling everybody about him is Tank, bro. He told niggas about Shakur. They was mans. They was homeboys. But Tank said whenever he'd be online or be in them cameras with these tonsil jewelry wearing media members and interviewers, he let the media manipulate situations, knowing how they do Tank and the PBC fighters, saying that Tank would never get in a ring with me and all that. Why would you say that, bro? And you know Tank, bro. Tank is kind of not right in the head, bro. He's retarded. And I don't know if people know this, but you know, Baltimore, we got a problem of lead poisoning in the waters and all that growing up. He's not all the way. Some people caught checks, some people did. Tank, come on, bro. Tank is from where y'all want to be from. Shakur, and I get what you're saying, AC, about the Jersey Jews, but Shakur is not like that, bro. Nor is Bud, nor is Keyshawn. Keyshawn plays fake crazy. They not like that, bro. Nor is Devin Haney. Of course, Devin's not like that. That's what his father was trying to force him to be like that. They are boxers, bro. These, like, and for Richard Higgins, I'm sorry, bro, but he had it coming, because, like, you vouching for these niggas, man. Like, come on, bro. You see how they get when them cameras in their face. They'll turn on you in a minute, all for to look good in front of people who don't really fuck with them. Because even the announcer dude, the commentator, he was doing shots at Shakur, because Shakur they asked him Shakur, a boxer who goes 12 rounds and will not knock a person out if his life depends on it. They asked this man, what should Brian go for the finish in the 12th? Why would you ask him that? And then he gonna say, yeah, I think he, you know. And then the announcer said, it's funny coming from Shakur. Like, bro,
yeah, that was funny.
You serious? Like, what is boxing, bro? This is not boxing. Let's build this guy up, because we don't want to spend money on the knockout artist or that sighted fighter. We gotta make it boring. So let's make Shakur the new face of boxing, bro. That's what it's giving. We don't want to pay money for these exciting fighters. Let's make Shakur the new standard for a boxer. Do not be excited. We got the money and the machine for you. We're gonna make, because anytime I heard her saying, anytime you gotta keep saying something that means you trying to, manipulate and put it in people's heads, bro. Y'all
I want to
acting.
come in. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
But let me say this. Let me say it because I had something. It's so wild that you say that because that was the first contradiction. I mean, that was the second contradiction.
Yeah.
The other contradiction was when, like, before that, they had asked Shakur. And I started keeping track. I said, oh, man. Because the first one was, he was like, oh, yeah. He said, man, like, if you've been following, if you've been noticing, he said, I'm the type that'll tell you one thing and then do something different. And I said, oh, man. I hope the Shakurians didn't have their earmuffs on when he said that. So the second time was when they asked him, should Ryan just coast the victory and just, you know what I'm saying, play it safe and just, you know what I'm saying, box his way to the end, or should he do whatever? He said, yeah, he should. He basically said he should step on him. He said, because you see, he ain't got nothing coming back. He ain't got nothing for you. And this is what I have been saying. But when I say it about Shakur and what we saw with T.O., how the nigga keep running into your jab, there's no pressure. I'm on record saying, even in my shorts, that's why I'm glad I put them shorts out this past week. I said, even in my shorts, I said, there is no pressure for you to even step on nobody. But here you go. They make it the Shakur Stevenson show. And he said, yeah, he should have stepped on him. But I'm like, this is another prime example. But he told you before where he said, yeah, I'm the same type that'll tell you that you got to do this and then do something different. That was the first one. I said, that's my whole thing as far as why. Don't come at me. You can go eat a foot long if you come at me, or you can go sit on a dildo if you come at me talking about why I'm no longer a Shakur fan. Why? Because he told us on live national television when it wasn't his show. Newsflash, he's not with Golden Boy. He's not with PBC.
Yep.
But this was Ryan, Golden Boy, challenging Mario Barrios, PBC, for a 140 strap. And they made the show about Shakur Stevenson and Bud.
That's not right, bro.
Get the fuck out my face. So don't knock me when I say, listen, bro. Your boy just said, hey, I'm the same type that'll say something and then tell me and then do something totally different. So go eat a dick if you don't like the fact that I'm not a Shakur Stevenson fan. Oh well, I'm not a fan of a lot of these niggas. But I had to get here. I used to be one of the biggest Shakur Stevenson fans ever. And then when I seen when Ryan Garcia finally put it all together, looked sharp, like he was every momentum, like we called it. That's why the value is value in the show. Go look back and look at Final Thoughts, Ryan Garcia and Mario Barrios. Go look back and listen to what we all said. We all called this shit. We all, not being biased, but we all called it. I said, no, they be wanting to take away from Ryan because of what he did with Tank. And then because he knocked out Devin, they take away from it from the Starine. And then I was the main one when you go back and look at the video. I said, man, I find it real funny how y'all motherfuckers keep saying it was a left hook. Because if it was a left hook, the left side of Devin's face wouldn't look the way it looked. It was looking worse than the right side. Because the left lands on the right side. The right lands on the left side. And I said it was straight rights. It was all. But Tim Bradley came out, said Ryan Garcia was doo-doo butter before the fight. And after the fight, he all on Ryan dick. And I was going to play that. I am going to play that. But like, don't knock me for saying, man, fuck off Shakur. Because I ain't never seen Shakur against a Hirioka. I ain't never seen Shakur against a Sabrina Matias, who he never had the privilege of sparring. Oh my. But then he get to say that he won't fight O'Shaquie because he's being too disrespectful. But the minute Ryan Garcia wins, the nigga said, is Vada involved? Because, hey, you got to know that Vada got to be involved. You sound pussy.
Hey, real quick, y'all.
Get this off real quick. I just wanted to say like this. If Shakur is not careful, and this is my warning to you, Shakur Stevenson, because they wanted to do this type of thing with Bud, but I don't know if Bud would have been the type of thing on the shelf. I don't know if Bud would have been the G.I. Joe doll with the Velcro hair and the Kung Fu grip. You feel what I'm saying? Which means I don't know if he would have wanted to play that game. And plus, by the time he got the Errol Spence fight, he was in his 30s. He only had basically 3 more years left of where he was saying he wanted to retire, or maybe 4, depending on whatever big fight he was going to try to make. But he was like, yo, I'm short time. So for me, it's like the same way I seen where they wanted to make AJ a UK product, and then once they made him the product, what happened to him? A fast hands, nothing to lose Andy Ruiz. Beat that man ass so bad. Legitimately. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you came back and did your thing because Andy didn't want to do his thing to maintain that victory. He got high off the money and chocolate. So the point I'm making is bro, the way they moving and the way they talking about you right now, you starting to look like a commodity, a product, something they gonna try to put on the shelf. And if they try to do that with you, the Andy Hirokas, the Gary Antoine Russells, you know what I'm saying? The Tito Mercados, those guys, you are not going to fight and you are going to stay the fuck away from them because they know once you lose, the product is no longer good. I can't really sell it like that no more. So they going to milk you until they come home. Right now, Shakur, you're the dude fucking the chick that you just found out. Yeah, you a cutie, no Diddy. You a cutie. She'll give you the buns. You feel what I'm saying? But when her man come home, her man gonna tell you some shit like that, baby girl. I know what you're doing. I know you doing what you got to do because I know your appetites. But when I come the fuck home, all that shit is dead. And that's I don't even want to mention his name. His name. But that's him. So do what you gotta do right now, homie. Because when old boy get home, and like we say in the streets, yo, this nigga be popping off. I can't wait till son touch back down in New York. He gonna put this dude straight. That's what's gonna happen to you, bro. If somebody else don't get you, he gonna get you. And that's where I land that one right there. Go ahead, AJ. My bad.
No, real quick, I just wanted to let y'all know, and I'm pretty sure it would have been in the beginning of the show, but I could tell y'all ain't saying because I'm the Twitter guy. So not after the fight, not before the fight, not today, but during the fight, Devin Haney had tweeted out that while the fight was going on, that Ryan off that good old juice, right? This dick riding nigga Shakur Stevenson tweets while he's at the fight. They got him as the main character on the show. He tweets that Devin, who he supposed to be, rivals with, but he puts that buddy, he clicks it on another. He tweets, I said that the first round. Like, bro, it's deleted now, of course, because everybody got on his ass. But
Okay.
you can't make this shit up, bro.
Say it
He
again.
said, Devin Haney tweeted out during the fight, Ryan off that good old juice. That's fine. Devin's gonna troll and he gotta see something. But Shakur, you can quote the tweet. You can quote it, and right over top of the tweet somebody had tweeted.
Yeah.
Shakur said, I said that the first round of the fight. I said that the first round.
So here's where I'm at with that, right? That's that shit Oshaki was just talking about. That's why Oshaki said, I just want to beat those guys up so they can go to Cancun and they can all, go on vacation together and celebrate that I beat their ass. Because he said it just like this. They all want to be friends, so they have these friendly sparring matches. They don't got to worry about nobody getting hurt. You don't got to worry about none of that. So
no aggression.
No, yeah, exactly. None of that. So if you trying to go and do all of this, and then it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But meanwhile, we're asking for all y'all dudes to get it in the mix. The one thing I gotta give Ryan respect for, Ryan fought Tank. Ryan fought Devin. Ryan wants to fight Shakur. Who's moving more like a number 3 pound for pound guy? Ryan or Shakur Stevenson?
Bingo. But salute Melazar, but bingo AC. Salute Melazar, man. Welcome to the
What's up, guys?
What's up, my friend?
What's happening?
Good. Was a good weekend, Oh, it's a word on the street, Bodywork, over there in PR. They're saying that Richardson Hitchens leave a yellow stain as long as the freaking Las Vegas strips. Oh my God!
They said he what?
He leave a yellow stain as long as the Vegas strip.
Wow.
But you know what? I think Ryan gained respect last night. Like I want a knockout. I always want a knockdown. Like I want a freaking knockout. But he put a freaking awesome fight. He dismantled Barrios. Like that was good. We also have a great freaking fight. His brother, his corner, people was criticizing that shit. And I think that was his best tool that he got. His brother in that corner and talk to him straight up and pull him back so he can, fix his fight, come back, and win the fight. Like I really like that shit. Frank Martin and I forgot the other name. It's so freaking difficult. What is the name again? From Martin, he was fighting
Albright.
AJ Albright.
Yeah.
Albright. Freaking difficult name. I think I'm happy with the draw, for real.
Yeah, we all are. We all are.
Like I'm happy with that draw. Was I saw it like that, and both guys, bro, like damn, Albright for real. I think he opened a lot of people's eyes. Like he fought in that kitchen fight, but people. But in this fight, a lot of people pay attention, and I saw how he led Frank Martin wobbling with those legs. But he assimilated good, not because Tank Davis knocked him out. That means everybody can knock him down. So I really enjoy that shit. Both guys prove a lot. They need work, yeah, but I think that was good. Those cards that I saw.
What did you think about Andy Hiroka and Gary Antoine? That
was great because Hiroka, he starts slow and whatever. Like he come from Japan, he got the jet lag and stuff, but then he was able to work Russell in downstairs, slow him down, like clip him with good punches and stuff. But then his Russell corner, tell him, they're taking this fight away from you. You better move this side. You better working in the side and get out. He don't got inside game, and so it was like a teamwork type, like and how you say that, like he was able to change plans, like he saw that something was not working. Okay, he's tried new things. He saw that was not working. Let me go back to this. And I assimilate punch it because the Japanese, bro, that guy is big. Don't get me wrong. Russell was a small guy in that fight. I like that shit too. He was not fighting a small guy or a wimpy guy. He fought a freaking big ass Japanese dude, bigger than him, and he throw hammers to him, you know, and he assimilated. Russell assimilated. That one thing, Russell walk like he don't have head movement, he don't have waist movement. He bent down and stuff, but that's it. And he walked a lot of parallel to the opponent instead of lateral. So that was the little thing I saw out of him. Like, bro, you need to work in that head movement, you know. But was great. Like I like how he defend his title. Like he struggled and he came out on top, and that was great. I think the low blow, Hiroka, the Japanese, what he was doing, you know, he was in this mind game and he was hitting Russell and stuff. But when the low blow came, the whole game plan changed. So I think that, but whatever, shit happened.
How do you have it scored? How do you have it scored, Melazar?
I agree with the 111, 116, I think was 116, 111, and the other one was 117, 110. I think both of those scorecards was fine.
I just had Andy. I had where they was talking about, I think going into the ninth, it was a draw. I still had Gary up. You feel what I'm saying? For me, I was like, at this point, Andy is fighting for the draw.
Yeah,
you feel
and
what
it
I'm
was
saying?
like catching up.
If he doesn't get the stoppage, he's fighting for the draw. So that's
but
why
the low blow. Yeah,
the low blow fucked them up. You know what I'm saying? Like they both had fuck up moments, and stuff like that. But for me, it was like the low blow put you now 2 points behind in my the way I had it. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I had you 1 round behind going into the ninth, and then the low blow put you 2 rounds behind. And I think when he stole, I think Gary stole the 12th round on him.
Yep.
And I was like, yeah, that's 3 rounds right there for me. That's it, bro. Damn, Andy.
Because the 11,
it was still close.
Hiroka came back in the 11 and hit Gary really hard and put him in trouble. But in the 12, Gary came out and dominated the 12. Like, I like that shit.
Yeah,
and you
because
know what I like it from Ryan, that he knew he have the fight in the bag, and he don't run the 12 round. He don't like when doing lap. He stayed there. He fought. He throw jabs. You know, he don't went so aggressive because he don't want to get knocked down now in the last round. But well, you know.
Yeah, for me, that's where I saw, like, I could see the jet lag, regardless of I think what some of the people were saying, because he was strategic in his game plan to say, all right, the first X amount of rounds, I'm looking to just defend myself and just kind of like get my timing back, because it's 2 major factors. It's jet lag and he's coming off a long layoff.
Yep.
So he had to contend basically with both of those elements. So in my opinion, he was trying to look to see what Gary had. You know what I'm saying? And he was just trying to feel what was going on and stuff like that. Like, yeah, I know I'm in shape, so I know I could take some of these body shots. And he don't really, I think Andy was saying to himself, he don't really have the crack to hurt me. But because of my conditioning right now, I don't want to put myself in that danger unnecessarily. I think to a certain degree, if Andy would have got here in time, I think we might have been looking at an new type of situation.
Yes.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because his game plan was what was needed to beat Gary Russell. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think he just had the full gas tank to actually go through with it 100%. He only could commit to it a small percent, and that's just to probably get the draw. You feel what I'm saying?
Problem in 140, you know, that's a guy that.
Oh yeah. But I gotta give it to Gary though on the opposite side, because they knew they respected everything that Andy was bringing to the table. I guess they watched a lot of film on him, or had access to watch a lot of film on him. So he knew he couldn't come in because he knows Andy's a great counterpuncher. He got that little tricky shit with the counterpunching. So the game plan that they put together, like, we're not going to sit here and we're not going to try to trade with a heavy-handed counterpuncher like this. What we're going to do is in and out, shoe shine, make movements, and then make this guy work. It worked all in the beginning, and then when Gary said, when Andy said, I got to slow you down, I'm gonna apply that body work. And it just came out of nowhere. It was just the one shot. Boom. And then it was two. Then like the next round, it was two. Boom, boom. And then by that third round, he just let the water faucet open, bro. I was like, yo. I was ready to text and call body, but I'm like,
I thought that Gary was maybe gonna be in trouble right there, you know, but he put it. But Gary came out of it.
Yo, he was going downstairs and upstairs so great. But Gary was good enough to be where he was like, I know I'm in trouble, so I got to get the fuck up out of Dodge. When Gary brought it back to the jump off, he got on his bicycle, tied him up a little bit, and then he goes on the back foot and lets Andy come on the front foot, and he's just peppering them with counter shot. I was like, yo, these niggas done.
Yo,
these are
I'm gonna tell y'all, bro.
I'm 140 right now.
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all like this, bro. Between that fight and the Nair Albright and Frank Martin fight, bro, like, I could do a whole segment, man. If I could do a whole segment, they just let me use that film and just produce that to where we seen everything there is to see in boxing, man. Like the ebbs and the flows, like the game plan, like that stuff that happened. Like, people was probably a little bored with the Gary and the Hirioka, but bro, it was like Gary, he got what's so beautiful about that performance is that he got this pressing style to where he's like a moth to the flame. Like, he's going to the fire, you know, but he knew he couldn't do that the way he do it because why? He was at a height and a reach, and maybe even you could maybe even say a power deficit. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
So he was maneuvering and going in there, and I was like, okay, cool. Like the way he was moving, but still being hesitant, and then just taking what he given and just being patient. I said that'd be the key in a lot of times in the first 4 rounds. If you're not patient and you get out of character when somebody is just doing it over and over again, because what happens? Fatigue starts stepping in. That's why you can't compromise when you're doing your reps. If you ever do reps and push-ups, you can never compromise. Why? Because if it comes down to a time, you're going to compromise your form. Gary didn't do that, but he knew. And the way that Hirioka was saying was like, listen, you know, I know how I fight. I want to impose my will. So I'm going to let him come to me. And I'm like, that's what big men need to do. Yeah. Big men need to let the little man come to them. Why? Because if I know my range, as soon as you get in my range, I'm firing off. If you're not prepared for it, oh well, I'm firing off. But he stayed patient, you know, and then he knew, and I knew that the jet lag, I knew that the jet lag was going to get into it. But what he started to do, bro, was he came on and said, look, I'm going to let him work. Why? Because I'm looking good right now. He got to come to me. He got to get points because he had won like the first like 5. You know, he had won him. You know what I'm saying? Where Hirioka like touched him a couple times, but like the overall work, if you're looking at everything, the fact that he's pressing the fight, he's using aggressive. You know what I'm saying? He's putting on a show. He was shoe shining. They might not have been impactful, but he's giving the crowd a show. Like, that's the ring generalship. That's the setting the tone, setting the pace, all of that. But he was defensively responsible. Why? Because he was at a disadvantage power-wise, and he was getting touched, but not like that. And then in every third, like when it got down, I don't know if he was looking over or had a point to where he was going to look over at some point in time, or they was going to do something to get his attention and let him know you got a minute left. He would shark the body. Like, he would come in, he would buckle down, he would sit down and just and it was just like, man, it was gruesome body work. Like, this was worse than when Zapata went in on Tevin Farmer body. I thought he sharked the body. like the shark Derek,
No.
Derek Scooter Davis. He sharks the body. This dude was shark. I could not believe. I said, man, Gary is a dog, y'all. It was one point in time. I got it in my notes. I said, man, Gary, like in the first minute and a half, he showed me everything I needed to see. He showed me boxing. He showed me patience. He showed me being interactive. He showed me going to the body. He showed me changing levels, getting out, being first. And that's another thing. He couldn't allow Andy to be first. But Andy had this thing to where I said, you know what? They probably said when the clock strikes 7 and we got to go into that second half, we're gonna turn it up. But not only gonna turn it up, we're gonna dominate. We might let them get off in the first minute and a half, but we gotta own that last minute, and that's what he did. And when he was going to the body, I couldn't believe that Gary sustained that. I couldn't believe it. But Gary showed that's a bad motherfucker. And at the end of the day, I asked myself, I said, y'all sing all these glowing praises about Shakur, but we've never seen him go against somebody with those literal physical advantages. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, at 140, even if they ask Gary, do he want the rematch, he gonna sound just like Tank in that first Pitbull Cruise, and he gonna say, hell no. Like, not right now. Because if he would have got over in time and he'd been acclimated and all that, I had already said that fight was gonna go to sleep. That's why I'm not eating crow, because there's circumstances.
There's no crow to eat on this one.
It ain't. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got what they want, but like people trying to say, Tim Bradley was basically saying Hirioka was gonna knock Gary out. And he showed us what we showed, but I told y'all the secret. They cannot show approval or condone anything or advocate for anything PBC, y'all. You found me an example of when you can prove me wrong. But just the other day, he was saying Hirioka was going to knock Gary out. And he might be in trouble. But he gave Gary, as a boxer, as a guy who he don't even have the power that Gary had. He had dog. Yeah, he was smart. But like for him not to give Gary and for him to say that he's trash, I'm like, I'm going to tell you this. If you think at 140, if you think Shakur would ever get in the ring with that guy, now I got a bridge in Missouri, I can tell you.
I don't think Shakur get in the ring with Andy Hirioka or Gary Antoine Russell, because that's why I believe he said that statement. He dropped that video. And you said that, so now between the talking points and everybody, you know, it's he couldn't even stop Hirioka, and Hirioka was blah blah blah. It's like, okay, we get that, but what y'all missing is it just goes to show you how good Hirioka is and how actually good Gary Antoine is, because he still pulled off the fight. I didn't think Hirioka won, and I'm a huge Hirioka fan. I would probably say more so going into the fight, I was more of a Hirioka fan than Gary Antoine fan, because when I got hip to Japanese boxing, he was the first guy I noticed. It wasn't I knew about Inoue. I didn't know that, you know, but I knew about Inoue. But when I saw Andy Hirioka, I was like, that's my favorite Japanese fighter.
But listen,
that motherfucker is nice.
But look, AC, this is the thing. This is what people got to understand, and this is why I say, listen, don't take what I say and try to measure it up to what Tim Bradley say, because he's the Hall of Famer. But yeah, listen to what all he say or whatever, and take it and respect it or whatever, and then come over here, forget about all that shit, and then listen to what we have to say into addition. Why? Because, mind you, Hirioka was 24-0 with 19 knockouts. Okay? He did what he did to Sasaki before Brian Norman did. He stopped Ishmael Barroso, a guy who many say that was the hardest puncher who we got in the ring with. Gary Antoine was 18-1. He had only lost in that close decision to Puello. But Puello, who he lost to in a close decision, and El Rayo, who he pretty much boxed and pressed and knocked his socks off. They survived. Everybody else, he stopped. Like, this is why I say, man, it disappoints me, man, when you hear Hall of Famers come out and give opinions like that, and you already know that it's only because of the anti-PBC agenda. But that was an excellent fight. If you're looking for a chess match, if you were looking for power, if you were looking for somebody being resilient, somebody facing adversity, if you look at this channel, somebody doing pure body work, like devastating, like I'm gonna take the wind out your cells, I'm going to deplete your leg. Like, yeah, you might have touched me here and there, you might have jabbed here and there, but I'm getting ready to like take all of the wind out of your cells. I'm about to knock all of the air out of your balloon. You got what you paid for.
Yeah,
that was an excellent fight, and we've never seen, this is what I say, we've never seen the quote-unquote face mask of boxing go up and do anything like that, y'all. We've never even seen him get in the ring with somebody that can push him to that limit. What are we talking about? And this is how I say that, as much as I was like, yeah, I didn't like Mario Barrios, I actually asked the question. I said, why they don't call him Drawmont Barrios? Because he got a draw with Abel, he got a draw with Manny. People say Manny won, but they wasn't going to do that, like, to make a freak show out of it. But, like, why they don't call him Drawmont Barrios? And then they was painting this narrative like, oh, we don't know which fighter we're going to get with Ryan and this and this and that. I'm like, I've been watching Ryan. I know what kind of fighter he is. I didn't see that. Like, yes, nobody expected the thing that happened with Rolly. That was like my upset of the year. I got credit for that. That was Bodywork's upset of the year, just like Abdullah Mason was my fighter of the year. And Mr. Gary Russell was my comeback fighter of the year. That was my upset of the year. Nobody saw that. And I said, well, you got to kind of take in consideration what Ryan said. He's like, man, he feel like he really won that fight. It depleted him to where he did what everybody saw what he did to Devin, and then they come out with it Osterring, and then they don't suspend him for the Osterring. They suspend him for not disclosing what supplement, because it was consistent with contamination. He said he was at a low. He was like, listen, I done beat the world beater, the guy who the machine was all behind him. I single-handedly did that because he came and played in the sandbox with me. Then they get me on some dumb shit. Let me go sit down. And then he come back with an aqua guy, a guy who Tank say that was the hardest puncher he's ever been in the ring with. He come in there with him. Rolly done benefited working with Joseph Brown. You know what I'm saying? He come in there and do the unthinkable. He outboxes Ryan. Okay, so I looked at it like, okay, maybe it was an off night. It was a bad night at the office. And then for him to come in and do a masterclass like that, I think it was almost like the same shit that happened with Devin. He dropped him in like the first 30 seconds of the fight. And then for Ryan to put on that masterclass, like visibly hurt Mario Barrios, visibly did whatever he wanted. They said that one of his phalanges went bad and he kept throwing the motherfucker. He kept landing the motherfucker. Like, only for in his moment when everybody was getting ready to discredit Ryan, like he wasn't formidable, when a healthy Ryan, a on point, a focused Ryan is a formidable guy for anybody in and around his weight class. But for them to overshadow that man's moment, his moment where he finally let everybody, from the casuals to the hardcores to anybody that even covering everybody, he let everybody know, like, listen, I just submitted my legacy. Why? Because I literally became a champion. There's no red tape. I did it against a formidable, a reputable guy like Mario Barrios. You know what I'm saying? For them to eclipse that with Shakur Stevens and his shenanigans, and guess what the first thing he said? Oh, was that Vada? Or, because when we fight, it's going to be Vada. Like, this is the tone, y'all. This is the atmosphere, y'all. This is the climate we're in, to where
that's
if
what I'm
Ryan
saying.
Go entertain this nigga, I'm not going to have no mercy for him. Why? Because you already know what you're getting into. You do not have to go fight Shakur. What you need to do is you need to go in there and go in a big fight with Devin Haney, which is going to be the biggest money, the most lucrative. It's probably going to do the most numbers. Go get your get back. Go get your get back with Rolly Romero, who has the other belt. It's either Devin or Rolly. If you go play with Shakur, just know that the minute you decide to engage with that, you got Bud, you got Chris Mannix, you got Mora, you got Turkey, you got Jay Prince, you got all this shit to where in the media they are going to shit on you the minute you start to engage in and guess what? You are giving up your advantage. You are a 147-pound champion. If you want to see me, come to 147 or shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
exactly.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's the type of time I'm on. Like, I would love if one of them Shakurian interviewers came up to Ryan and was like, "Well, are you thinking about fighting Shakur at 144?" And he's like, "Yo, listen, anybody who's on that bitch ass shit for me to go down to 144 against the guy that keeps telling everybody he's the best, size don't matter. If he ain't looking to come up to my weight and challenge me, so this way he could be a 5-division champion if he beat me, tell that man to shut the fuck up and handle what he need to handle at least with O'Shaquie Foster. Because he's sitting where you want to be, and he got the key to that, but you ain't trying to see him. He got the keys to your old crib, but you don't even want to go on that block no more. But now you want to come up here? Bro, listen, you doing goofy things. Like you try to tell him to go fight Ray Ford. You go fight O'Shaquie Foster first. Yeah. Get your WBC belt back, and then you come see me. Square it off with him and Mauricio, and then you come see me. Pull a big dog move like that and watch them bitches be like, he don't need to fight him because he just disrespected him like O'Shaquie did. You don't need Ryan. Good. Good.
Ryan and Shakur are hot right now, right? That like they're for selling another car in August. Yo, they are hot tickets. They don't need to fight each other. Like they can fight Shakur can fight in 140 with any of those guys, and he's gonna sell out. And Ryan Garcia, he can do the same shit. And I bet if he get a Rolly Romero fight, bro, that shit will sell like a hotcake over there in Las Vegas.
Ryan got 3 mean. You tell me if I'm wrong about this. You tell me if I'm wrong about this. Ryan got 3 excellent fights ahead of him before even thinking about Shakur.
Hell yeah.
He's got Rolly, he's got Devin, and guess who else?
Who?
He can go over to the UK and get damn near the same money to fight as Shakur for fighting Conor Benn.
But Conor Benn signed with Sufa now.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But they were still incorporating them. And then this is my thing, y'all. This is what I said. Because I'm like they gave all that bullshit to they gave Ryan a little bit of credit, but then you see how it eclipsed into how it was like the whole Shakur thing, like in between everything they got his whatever, and then they made it into the core and the Bud and the first thing. I'm like, hold on, listen. Shakur is not Golden Boy. This is the zone. But everybody that actually worked and called the fights, they was all on Shakur meet. I'm like, bro, like I would ban that nigga. I would ban that nigga from all my events. Like I don't know why that was like the messiest, like orchestrated bullshit I've ever seen. So where nobody's gonna question this guy. Like, how do you get to say that you're pound for pound in anything? But then you can turn around and say, oh no, this guy is disrespectful, so I don't want to fight him. Yet this guy is affording you the ability to be able to get reinstated as champ. He'll pay the fees. You just gotta fight him, and he'll do it in your own backyard. And you can say, no, I don't want to fight him. That's being disrespectful. Yet the guy that's in the weight class above, he can win a belt, and you can openly say, yeah, I want to bring him from 147 to 144. And he fights for the WBC, who you just shitted on, bro. Like, y'all niggas make no sense. Don't come over here. I'm going to kick your ball over the fence.
Yeah, no. That's why Shakur cannot burn bridges, because cabrón, your career is not even done. You should keep your mouth shut, pay your fees, and whatever. Stop following what Bob Crawford did or whatever. You're a young fighter. You pay your fees. You fight for your title. Then you can talk shit. But in the meantime, keep your mouth shut and fight. You know? I think both guys got a good career. I think this guy from DAZN and shit, they always want to create dramas, you know, and gossips and shit. Oh, he gonna fight this one. No, they're not gonna fight each other, you know. Like they're in different weight class and they're gonna stay like that. Like I don't see Shakur going to 147, neither 144. For me, 140 he's maxed out. And Ryan is gonna keep going up. I think Ryan's gonna go to 154 maybe in a year or two.
Yeah, Ryan. I could see Ryan. From what I've seen Ryan before, I think Ryan can actually get up to 160.
Yep.
But let me ask you something, AC, because the other thing I see is that, and I gotta do this. This is not as a hater, but like, do you all see how they like this one, the Brat Pack? They preyed on Tio. Why? Because of the cachet that Tio brings. That was the dance partner. Now they're preying on Ryan at his highest moment when he finally proved himself, and they want to take him below the standard of where he proved himself.
Hell no.
To make a fight. Like, if y'all don't see what's going on, and that's why I say you are not a predator when you do that. Why?
No.
Because that's like me seeing that's like me seeing the motherfucking the bear rip the head off of the motherfucking lion down at the shore, and then saying, all right, well, yeah, as a predator, I'm gonna want to see that bear, but like, we gotta take like 2 pints of blood out of him, and then I'm gonna see how I look up against him. That's not predator shit. Wake up, y'all. Like, we are giving you the red pill to where you cannot get behind and condone this. Tell this man, like, because we've never seen, like, Gary, he passed the test, and the media can say whatever we want, but Melazar saw what he saw, AC saw what he saw, Aaron Jones saw what he saw, I saw what I saw. He did an excellent job against a more than formidable guy, a guy that where if he didn't have that jet glide, that shit might have went different. And now I'm a Gary Antoine Russell fan. We ain't never seen Shakur against nobody like that. Why is it always privilege or the afforded or this thing that I always call the benefit of the doubt given when he never has to prove it? And he has everything from the media, the Jay Prince. Hell, he's on snack. He's had therapeutic use exemptions. Now he can do catch weights, rehydrations. He can control the media. He can have you feeling depressed going into your fights. He can have his manager come to your crib. Like, we gotta stop it, y'all. We gotta stop it, y'all. I'm off of it, man. That's why, hey, you can eat a foot long, a beanie weenie, a frank, a half smoke, a quarter pounder, a sausage. I don't care what you want to call it. If you don't like my opinion, I don't like this, man. And he's only doing this while the other man, he ain't even in jail. It's just like, hey, he's gone till November. He's gone until he handled whatever personal things. But, you know, there's this thing called boxing. That was his chick before he went and spent some time away. So enjoy it while you last. We just going to stay on that ass and keep it all the way 100 about this shit. We the stakes in the ground. We the one that's going to say something because why? Y'all motherfuckers want to remain silent. Y'all think y'all part of the good old boy system. Guess what? You'll never be a part of the good boy system. Why? Because that's a fraternity and there's sex inside of the community. And if you're all the way on the inside like Clarissa Shields or Keyshawn or Ray Ford or Andre Ward or Shakur, unless you're in that thing, they're going to shit on you as soon as they get a chance. Just like they did Ryan. Just like they did Ryan in his biggest moment.
Yeah, bro. And yo, listen. All I have to say is this. the one thing that was killing me, it was killing me to the point where I didn't make it past a minute and a half of anybody's video who gave their opinion as far as the big YouTube type channels, social media type channels that cover boxing that come across my feed. Usually Sean Tizell has, for me, he has a pretty good take on fights when they're over or whatever. He'll own up to some tiny remnants of maybe honesty, or the closest that he can get to honesty. So in this one, when he was like, well, you want to know my take on the Ryan Garcia Mario Barrios fight? And then he's kind of like making a face while he's walking around. He was like, he fought a flat Barrios. But then when I go back and listen to his take on Teofimo, you said even though it appeared that Teofimo didn't show up, but your superior boxing and defense, you shut him down. And that's what made it such a great performance for you. Because even in the face of maybe fighting a guy that's not, maybe 100% in the fight, your superior boxing and defense just shut him down. That was a masterclass. And I'm sitting to myself.
Who was that? Who say that? Who told that to Shakur? Who was that? I don't hear that one. Oh my God.
So then I go back and I'm listening to his take on Ryan, and I'm thinking to myself, like, name me the one round that Barrios won. I said, okay, now we're talking about the two fights now, and I'm weighing both takes on it to two flat guys. The thing that made Barrios flat was the fact Ryan dropped him. He wasn't expecting the right hand, so now he had two things to think about: the left hand and the right hand. That's gonna fuck anybody up. You shut him down.
And
you shut him down on that alone, and then you put enough pressure on him, and you gave me the type of performance that I was like, I don't even like. Stop trying to knock him out. He's not gonna go. Just keep beating the shit out of him the way you doing. That shit looks impressive as hell.
Yeah.
When it came down with Shakur, I was like, bro, you gonna try to get this guy out of here? You didn't drop him. You're not really doing nothing. And I seen you hit him a couple of times with your hardest shots, and the best you did was kind of give him a cut that kind of looked like it was initiated maybe from a headbutt. So for me, I was just like, bro, if I have to look at Ryan Garcia's performance versus Mario Barrios, who came to fight, listen to Joe Guzman's plan. He said, we knew it was going to be that way. We wanted to weather the storm and then apply our pressure, but Ryan showed up and it just wasn't, it didn't happen. When you look at Shakur, it was just Tio didn't show up.
Yeah, like Mario was dangerous the whole fight. He was trying to capture Ryan the whole night. It's not like he's staying over there. He was trying to hit him. He clipped him a couple hits here and there, but it wasn't enough.
He clipped him a couple times.
But Tio never did that, Tio never was a threat in the whole fight.
Exactly. Yeah. And I appreciate. And let me say this. Keep cooking on this, man, because we gotta speak to this, man. This shit is getting. I cannot afford to listen to this shit, bro. I cannot afford to listen to all of this shit and like how they're ignoring stuff and how they're gaslighting, bro.
Yeah, and fans repeat it. The copy paste fans, they repeat the same shit that this dumb fuck said. I'm like, bro, no, you don't see the difference. You don't see like Mario Barrios different, like how he went to fight, and you don't see how Teofimo fought. It's different. And anyway, don't take them down. They got a good victory. The reason they won like that is because they dismantled their opponent. Like that's why, because they shut them down. So not everybody can do shit like that.
Yeah, I thought Mario Barrios. Listen, it's on one of the joints when we was covering the fight. I thought Mario Barrios was gonna bring something special to the game because he had Joe Guzman. I thought that was gonna be like a big factor to where I was like, maybe. We'll see. I'm just gonna see how Ryan's focus is. If he gets a little goofy, then I'm definitely gonna go with Barrios. But he was laser focused. He wasn't fucking around, and I was just like, this is starting to look like a scary Ryan.
Yeah.
And then that performance right there, it's like that was Devin Haney without the Austrian. But it was actually even better because even with Devin, you could just see he was just too hyper because he was just like, yeah, I want to get this victory, blah, 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 blah.
And out of gas.
In this fight, he was just like, this is my time. I'm not going to be denied this. He listened to everything his corner had to say. And that's
he knew how to manage his gas tank too. Like he don't run out of energy or stuff, you know, like
even when he got caught, he realized, he was like, okay, I got caught. I'm not gonna try to just hurry up and I'm gonna stay patient and then get mine back.
Yep.
I was like,
hey,
yo,
let me point out this, and shout out Rob Dow 5885. You know what I'm saying? Because you engaging in the comments, man. I appreciate you. He said Henry Garcia said that they plan to throw the right hand because he always throws the left hook. And that is correct, but I got to come back and I double down. The thing is, it's been a myth about Ryan only having a left hook. Now, out of respect for Devin, I'm not going to put up the image because I used to have an image that I'll put up, which I said I'm not going to put up. And it had the face of boxing and it had like a gas tank with the meter. And I was saying, this is gas. Why? Because if you look at the left side of Devin's face, it was more fucked up than the right side of his face. What do you mean, Mike? If you listen, I'm going to tell you, right? That means that it was the right hand. And everybody knows that, yeah, you can have success if you're gifted where you could just come in like a la Roy Jones. He can come in and hit you with the left hook whenever he wants. But as boxing fans, you all know you got to set it up. And what you set it up with? You set it up with straight jabs. You disguise it with jabs to the body, then a left hook, jab, this, that. But the right hand is the thing that comes before the left. And I was saying, listen, man, he was fucking Devin up with that right hand. Y'all just wasn't watching. Y'all only listened to Devin when he said after the fight that, yo, did the left hand surprise you? Yeah, the hook did surprise me. And Tank was just like laughing to the bank because he was like, man, he only got a left hook. Now, Tank said that. Why? Because he's a superior boxer. He don't get credit for it. Yeah. He said he only has a left hook, but Tank knows that he has more than that. It's just that, hey, listen, you're not going to get me with just a regular right hand. Your weapon, just like Tank's is the uppercut or the hook or whatever, however you want to call it, like your weapon is the left hook. That's your weapon of choice. Just like Roy Jones. They call him Captain Hook. But you can't just throw in unless you're very, very special. You just can't just go in and most people will take that away, Bill Belichick style, where they'll take away your best weapon and let you have whatever. It wasn't the case. Like people underestimate the fact that the man is pretty much even-handed. He's just not a switch hitter. In an era where everybody's excited because you can switch hit, unless you're Oshaki, then they'll just duck and dodge and act like you can't switch hit with full control and power in both hands. That was Ryan. Ryan had more than just a left hook. Ryan also has a right hand. We always said Ryan can be everything that boxing needs if he were to just dedicate himself to boxing and use his physical attributes and stay active. We have trust issues with him. Why? Because of his personal, like how he views and the fact that he's spoiled. But otherwise, Ryan always had a skill set. So we're not going to allow Shakur and the weight clause. We're not going to allow like the pundits like the Andre Wards and the Timothy Bradleys to come by. Because remember, I was going to play this thing, and I probably will. Let me play it. Tim Bradley said that Ryan Garcia was doodle butter before the fight. It's odd, like you know how you hit him before and after, like before the fight, this fighter said this, and after the fight, I got one for you with Tim Bradley, but I'll land there, y'all.
He raised him.
So,
well, for me, you know, for me it was a great night. I'd enjoy it. You know, each fight was different. Like, you know, I was ask you, Mike, like, because Frank Martin, he fought in December 6th or something like that, and then now he fought in February 20. So he never have like a long time to recover. That fight, he don't need to recover that much because it was an awesome knockdown, but you had to do another camp right away. So I don't know if that affected him or was better for him.
I had a question. I'm like, well, damn, do you got to go to? I was saying, man, do you got to go to 147? Which is wild because, I think it was like the third or the fourth round. I gotta look at my notes, but I got it down. But I said, man, the Ghost looked tired. Like I said, man, he's tired. It was fairly early. Hold on, let me see. That was by the 8th. No, I said he was. It was before the 8th, but by the 8th, I said he looked tired. I was like, man, yes. I was looking like I said, man, this might be the tale of two halves, and I'm gonna say this, man, because like I'm not the type of fan that like you can't just win me over. I'm not gonna come out and just be like, oh yeah, this is my guy, and oh he's the best. No, I gotta see you. I gotta see you against different people, and so I was saying that, man, Nair Albright. This past week, I did say he reminded me a lot of Lamont Roach, to where it might be something to where he's formidable enough and savvy enough, but have just enough respectable power to where it's like it's something to where it's like you can't do what you need to do. So I compared him to Lamont Roach, and he showed a lot of that. But like, I will give Nair Albright full credit. He gained my respect. I said, man, listen, I want to see this guy again. I like the way he fight. I like his story. Like, he's a little awkward, but like, I like it. You know what I'm saying? I think that he can cause, and this is a proof to why I say 140 is the best division in boxing. Like, people don't be believing me, but I've been saying it for the longest time. Like, that's why I call it the road. Why? You can mix and match champion versus a guy that I can pick or somebody I guarantee you it might not go the way you think it's going to go. Because 140 is the most competitive division. Why? It's a gap between where Tank was at 135 being a money man and then going to the prima donna division, which was the welterweight division, which is just now making a resurgence. And why is it making a resurgence? Because people who are fighting at 140 are going to 147. So think about it, y'all. Nair Albright gained a lot of my respect, man. I want to see him go on and do. I hope Frank, because I'm gonna be honest, man. Frank, with all due respect, bro, you can't go see Tito right now. Tito, like the reason why people don't want to fight, the reason why Shakur don't want to say his name, the reason why Keyshawn don't want to say his name, the reason why now I think that it would be much better for Frank Martin to go see a rematch with Nair Albright is because it's a guy named Tito Mercado.
Yeah.
He's probably going to have to go to 47. He's probably going to have to go to 47 and do whatever he do. But like right now, like, no, I don't. I think that was, I'm not going to say it was a step back, but it was a, hey, Mike, check yourself. Because I thought Frank dealing with Tank and then seeing what he did to Barthélemy. When Barthélemy is awkward, he's a little bit older. But then seeing a guy like Nair Albright, who's not the fastest, he's not the quickest, he don't have the most nimblest of feet. But to see that kind of fight, to whereas if that man didn't stop his own minimum and let his mouthpiece pop out twice. Now Frank did cause that, which it was kind of awkward from. That's why I don't really get too crazy about the decision, because I'm like, hold on, ref, you got to do something about this. The man let his mouth. Well, Frank actually caused the mouthpiece to pop out, but like you was right at 2 times, right? So it's like I kind of understand the draw, but like if that mouthpiece wouldn't have popped out twice, he might have stopped Frank. And that's coming from a guy who thought that Frank was gonna go in there and be the ghost and stop this man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
me
thought,
too.
but Nair Albright gained a lot of my respect, bro. You got a fan now.
9 and 10. Oh my God, Albright. I think Albright was losing the fight, but with the 9 and 10, he make a draw because that and the 10. I think was the 10 that he hit him with those hooks that Frank Martin have to hug him, and he was smart how he played that out because it was like 2 minutes was 2 minutes left of the fight, so it was a long time to be inside the ring and be with your shaky legs. So that was smart from Frank Martin, but Albright got hands, and I think he's a name that should fight for a title pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rankings right now to see what's going on, to see if they updated or changed anything. And right now it looks the same way it kind of looked yesterday. So Hitchens still has his belt. Andy's still at number 1. So maybe tomorrow or whatever we'll see how where things are. The only reason why I looked is just to see if I could find Ernest. Yep, there he is. He finally got in the rankings, bro. Okay, so that's the biggest update because he was nowhere yesterday. So whatever's going on, I guess there's some politics in the back that, maybe looking for rematches and stuff like that, which might be a good thing. But Ernesto Mercado is ranked number 8 with the WBO. So I'm not seeing him right now. I'm doing fast glances, and right now oh wow, okay, he's also ranked number 8 in the IBF, and that's why I looked at it, because I was like, look, Tito's had some great performances. I don't know if Keyshawn is going to try to say, I'll go after Duarte if that Hitchens belt becomes free. But I'm looking at it like this: Duarte, Keyshawn, and Mercado.
Hey, right now, if I was Tito, I'd be asking that's all I would be. All day, every day. I'd do a video about Duarte, a video about Frank, and a video about Keyshawn.
Yeah.
Right now, that's how I feel about my young boy. Like Frank, it just showed me something about Frank. But Tito, I'm telling you that I've been trying to say this dude, to me, I believe this dude is special. I just want him to stay active, and I know that he Nicaraguan, but he grew up in the amateurs, just like Raymond Mortai. He was in the amateurs. People don't be saying that, but Tito was in the amateur. That's why these dudes, they won't even say this man's name. This is how I know. Because think about it. If you see Shakur saying that man is disrespectful in Oshaki, he definitely ain't going to say Tito Mercado name. Why? Because the same reason why he didn't say Gary Antoine Russell name, in the same way, there will never be a discussion about Andy Hirooka ever stepping foot in a ring with Shakur Stevenson.
The fight before Tito Mercado's last fight, when he knocked the old boy out, he was like, tell Shakur to get his bitch ass in the ring. And Shakur was like, not my dad. And I was like, bro, he just told you some real gangster shit, and you all on some weird stuff right now that you was saying about Tio, but you was inviting the dude to the Frank stand. So I don't know what weird stuff you was talking about, but I was just laughing at that. You know what I'm saying? For me, I'm gonna land it right here. Right now, the shit talking, Tito walking up on people, doing what he's doing right now. He's supposed to do that because he's a ranked fighter right now. He's actually in the top 10. He is a legit opponent right now for all of these guys. So get that smoke. Run towards that smoke, Tito. Do your thing, bro. I'm behind you.
And they know that. But see, the thing is, that's before Bud was roaming around like a Rottweiler off a chain. Listen, there are going to be certain entourages, and this is a forewarning to Shakur and all them. There are going to be certain entourages where Bud ain't going to be enough to be the Roman Pitbull. Why? Because there's people that they ain't going to give a fuck about none of that. And y'all only going to be able to get away with that. I don't even think Tito's going to allow y'all to do that. Why? He got two brothers too. It'll be on like Donkey Kong, y'all do that shit. And y'all already know who Tito is. That's why y'all won't really say his name. He just got to keep working. He got to keep working his place. And I'm telling you, it's gonna be by process of elimination. Y'all are making so many friends and making this network, and then the few people who say y'all won't fight, where y'all gonna be backed in the corner. Why? Because there's still a sanctioning body, there's still a ranking system, and there are still people who are making their bones by their performances inside the ring. Allah, the guy who just submitted himself at 147. It was his performances in the ring and his following to where you can only run and hide but for so long. But let me play this, y'all, because I want to get this in the way, because we got to make an example. I said, it be times where we be letting him slide and he get to say whatever, and I get slapped because I got to come on here and eat crow because I draw a line in the sand and make my picks. But these boxers, these Hall of Famers, they don't ever get their ass brought back on the red carpet to have to answer. So we're gonna have that ass before this show is over. And I gotta get into this. I said, yeah, I was like, man, AC, don't let me forget, because we gotta cook the shit out of Tim Bubblehead ass Bradley. So copyright disclaimer, under section 107 of Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism. That's going to be the biggest one today, you guys. Comment, news report, and teaching. That's the second one. Scholarship. That's the third one. And research. We always putting stakes in the ground. Fair use is used permitted by our copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. We don't want to infringe. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair. So the conversation we have over here, we always want to tip it in the balance in favor of fair. Listen to Tim Bradley, y'all. And we're gonna break this shit down. It's short, it's only 8 minutes, but we gotta break it up. But listen.
Barrios. Yo, Tim Desert Storm Brandy, you already know the damn rest. Damn, man, I had that little fever right there. You know what I'm saying? Albright was in that motherfucker singing with him last night, man. Shit. Hey, he had a little part. I was like, okay, he sound good. Then when he had to change that tone, I was like, ooh, calm your ass down, Albright. Damn, but anyways, that's all I'm here, man. You already know I'm here to talk about this damn, Ryan Garcia, Mario Barrios fight. That's what I'm here to talk about. Shit, check this out. Mario Barrios made Ryan Garcia look like he was fucking Manny Pacquiao or Bruce Lee. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell was that?
Now, Mario Barrios, listen to the logic, y'all. Mario Barrios made Ryan Garcia look like blah, blah, blah. They don't say Teofimo made Shakur look like. That's the first.
Exactly.
Checkmate in two. But just listen to your boy.
Mario Barrios? Come on, man. I told y'all before. I said, man, if y'all don't get this done against this man, Ryan Garcia, bro, both of y'all suck. And I told y'all, man, for real. Yeah, Goosen, what the hell was that, Goosen? What kind of game plan was that, Goosen? Like,
so when I was roasting the shit out of Bomac for the so-called Bomac for the so-called, again, When the first one it was Pacheco, and the second one was the Puerto Rican dude who came out of nowhere and stopped him even faster. When I was roasting and saying, "Oh man, what's up with these corners?" because they pick and choose. If it's a PBC fighter like Derek James, they're gonna be all in his ass like a gerbil. If not, they're gonna blame the fighter. But now it's all Joe Goosen.
Come on now. Come on. Bruh. He kept coming. Goosen. The game plan was to come forward, but bro, he kept coming forward and getting hit like a motherfucker, man. Like you had Ryan Garcia just moving on angles, popping the shit out of it, timing the shit out of damn Barrios. Make that make sense? When you gonna make the adjustment, Goosen? You didn't make no adjustments in the damn corner. You didn't have no plan B. None of that shit. Bro, for real, man. I don't know how many years you...
So did he do an analysis to say that T.O. ain't have no plan B? He ain't had no plan B, no plan C? Yeah, everybody was calling for T.O. Fimo. Like a lot of people, I think he was more of T.O. fans who know T.O.'s potential. They was calling for his father. But did you hear Tim Bradley ever say that it was T.O.'s fault? No, it was just how glorious and splendid and throat coatish Shakur was.
In the game, bro, for real, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. When I'm sat there and I was listening to you giving instructions in the corner, and then after the fight, talking about the whole, what he needed to do, is pressure him and then back him up. Bro, I swear to you, bro, I feel like slapping you through the damn TV. I wish we could reach out and slap a motherfucker on TV, for real. Sometimes that's what I feel. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, we be wishing we could reach through and slap the shit out of you too, Tim. But fortunately, we can't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Wish we had the ability. Somebody can create that and I can slap the shit out of somebody because, man, look. Goosen, bro, how much did they pay you, dog? How much did they pay you, Goosen?
You see the narratives? So now Goosen had to be paid. But it was okay when they was piggybacking his ass for Goosen being in Ryan corner and taking all his trade secrets over to Mario Barrios. There can't be any credit. Cause we always give boxing fathers credits like the Bills and the Devins, right? The Schofield Seniors and the Juniors, right? The Normans and the Juniors. Can't be no credit given to Ryan Garcia dad. It had to be now Goosen is getting paid off. Stick with me, y'all. Y'all going places.
For real, man. Damn, how you gonna sell out Barrios like that, bro? Mario got boxing skills. You made this motherfucker look one-dimensional coming in. Oh, you gotta pressure him. You gotta pressure him. No, bro, no. What did I say in the breakdown? I said, yeah, Mario's like to come forward. He can fight off his back foot a bit. Yeah. But it's gonna be dangerous if he comes forward. It's gonna be dangerous. He's gonna get countered. He's gonna get countered all night. Barrios, when are you gonna use your championship experience, big dog? Well, I was waiting on you to just step back and let this motherfucker come to you. But you didn't. You didn't. No, not at all. So, like, it's hard for me to really judge this performance based upon how sorry Barrios was. It is. Yeah.
So how it was because of how sorry Mario Barrios was. And remember, I'm the same guy who has a poll up there asking why they don't call Mario Barrios Drawmont Barrios. Why? Because Mario Barrios got a draw with old man Manny Pacquiao, a guy who shared the ring with Tim Bradley, and a draw with a guy named Abel Ramos, who has not been the most active guy in the world, and he got dropped by Abel. They said he pulled punches against Manny. So listen to the hypocrisy when it comes to these guys, and these are the guys who actually control the narrative. That's why I want you to not shoot the messenger. I want y'all to listen to what everybody else is saying. And then I want y'all to stay tuned, subscribe to the channel, right? Keep an open mind, open ears, and hopefully you can put something in your rucksack to where all this shit makes sense. There is an agenda. There's a Cold War. Like, they cannot speak the truth. They always got to have an agenda because this shit that Tim is saying sound real conspiracy theory-ish, if you ask me.
Did Ryan look like he was fast in the motherfucker? Yeah, that motherfucker looked fast as hell. Was Ryan counter punching? His timing was on point. Yeah, his time was on point. Was Ryan Garcia Garcia, was he motivated? Hell yeah, he was motivated. The most motivated I've seen him since Devin Haney fight. And we know what happened after that.
You see the insinuation.
Oh,
You see the insinuation.
Elizabeth, I'm coming to you. Oh, that's
This is the big one, right? This the big. Y'all see it, y'all. I can't make this shit up. Listen, this is the same shit he did.
First, Barrios is doing this, and now we gotta wait for the next 72 hours or 1 month to see if Ryan gonna pop dirty. Wow.
You see this now. So now, this is the same thing when Brian Norman knocked out Jin Sasaki. This boy came on and said, hey, you gotta juice this, man. Hey, and remember, Brian Norman is top ranked. There's no reason. Ryan is golden boy. There was no like other than like to big up their little man. There is no reason to insinuate that this man, the same thing that I was saying as far as in the title when I say Shakur, Ryan's like shining moment gets eclipsed by Shakur's shenanigans. Shakur's shenanigans was saying, oh, was he on bottom? Oh, because against me, it's like initially, Tim Bradley, the script has already went out, y'all.
Oh God, wicked man.
Look. 10 years, Ryan. It took you 10 years to get a strap, bro. 10 years. You know, so my eyes are not deceiving me, people. Congratulations, Ryan and your team. It took you 10 years to get here, man. And you know what? I'm gonna give it up for his pops. I was really admired by the way his pops handled the corner, man. I mean, shit, when you got a guy that's just right in front of you and you peppering him, shit, you gonna be confident, like.
What? So where was Tio, AC?
Right in front of him.
And what was Shakur doing to him? Peppering him?
Yeah, however, you was smooth with it, Pops. I'm not gonna lie. And one more thing, like I told you in the breakdown, that right hand was gonna be home. And Ryan Garcia, what he do? He went back, he worked on his shit. He worked on his right hand, went back with Pops. Pops was like, bro, your right hand, you need a right hand. You know, you one-dimensional as fuck. And, you know, that right hand was working last night. It was. Even dropped the man in the first round. And I said that in the breakdown. I said that right hand is available. And that hook is available too for Ryan Garcia. I did say that. That mother man.
All right, we're gonna see. Remember, right here, we're gonna park a lot. We're gonna see if the right hand, like, listen, y'all. Y'all heard what this nigga just said? Did y'all hear what this nigga just said? AC, did you hear what this nigga just said?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on. Let me go back. Just here. Let me go back, cause I'm about to fry the shit out this nigga. Listen to this.
See what he do. He went back. He worked on his shit. He worked on his right hand. Went back with Pops. Pops was like, bro, your right hand, you need a right hand. You know, you one-dimensional as fuck. And, you know, that right hand was working last night. It was. Even dropped the man in the first round. And I said that in the breakdown. I said that right hand is available. And that hook is available.
He said the right hand is available. The left hook is available too. Mark my words, he did not say that. But I got the proof. This is what we do. We halfway through. Just listen to him. The parking lot that he said the right hand is available. Remember that. Tim Bradley said, I said in the breakdown that the right hand was available and the left hand is available too. Parking lot that, y'all. Somebody put that in the comment section. Let's earmark parking lot, because trust me, as soon as this over, I'm gonna show you where he's a motherfucking liar.
Ryan Garcia, I did say that. That mother man Barrios stayed mid-range the whole damn fight, man. When you gonna get outside, use them legs and use angles, man, and not get hit with that.
So when was the criticism the same thing given? When was T.O. gonna do the same thing that he's asking for Mario Barrios to do? Mario Barrios was the bigger guy, the more substantiated guy, the deeper resume guy.
Shit, like, this is a horrible performance by Mario Barrios, man. You need to hang him up, bro.
So now Mario Barrios gotta hang him up. Do T.O. gotta hang him up?
Bro, this is so fucking crazy because this is so crazy because I watched the video he posted after the what's the name fight. He was all hyped. He was like, "Yeah, I got my black coffee. People be talking about my teeth, but I don't care. I'm hyped. I told y'all can't nobody beat Shakur. Look at what he did to Teofimo Lopez. Masterclass. Pick completely shut him down. Tio had nothing for him. It was never Tio made Shakur look that way. And this is what I was talking about with at least Sean Tizell. I haven't even watched this stuff yet. Oh, this is like 10, like.
No, but this is why we booking shit. Yeah, we'll open it up and we'll give whatever and let you run right into whatever tribe and believe whatever you're gonna do. And you know, you just pull out your reach around extenders. We give you time to put your tarsal jewelry in. Then we come by on the back end and we booking that shit. And that's when we like really like push your shit in to where like we really gonna tell you open your mouth up on the curb.
Yeah, you need to go, my dude, for real, bro. Your last 2 performances, bro, they been doo-doo, straight up butter, bro, for real. So, you know, all y'all.
Keep in mind, he stay consistent with the doo-doo butter, the use of the term, but we're gonna hear how he used it before the fight versus how he's using it right now after the Zip fight.
Garcia fans, y'all swelling y'all chests up, y'all coming. Well, come on in the comment section for real, man, for real. Come in the comment section. I don't give a damn. You know, because Ryan Garcia, he is not skilled. He just fast in the motherfucker. That's it. He ain't skilled. No. He fast. And look. Y'all talking about, well, Shakur couldn't finish no damn, Lopez, and he boring and shit. Shit, I was bored last night watching Ryan Garcia beat the shit out of this dude. Yeah, so y'all want to talk about that, Shakur? Yeah, I was bored last night watching Ryan Garcia. I was waiting on the finish. I'm like, damn, where the finish at, Ryan? Where the damn finish at?
Did he ask Shakur where was the finish at? Did he ask Shakur where was the finish at?
Gaslighters.
You supposed to be the big power puncher now. Ooh, you supposed to be that man. Ooh, you supposed to get rid of this dude. Bro, you didn't get rid of this dude. You hit him with the kitchen sink and couldn't get rid of this dude, bro. For real.
He did what he had to do.
He's tough.
Like,
figure that shit out. Yeah.
Bro, I
figured it out.
fucking dumb fuck. He got a nice career, but every time he talks, bro, he's so disrespectful. Like, bro, like Mario Barrios was a dangerous boxer, and he can clip Ryan with a freaking hook or something and put it in bad situation. Like Barrios was trying to harm Ryan. Ryan don't let him. He jab him, he keep him away, he get inside, he get outside. Like, and those Mexican, bro, we all know it. They are hard as rock. They can assimilate punches like nobody else. That's what makes them so special when you talk about the Mexican boxers, because they are so difficult to knock down. They and you're gonna tell me, bro, he knocked him down in the first round and keep the intensity. He never pulled back. He never went to like auto mode. Yeah, because Barrios have nothing else for him, so he keep with his game plan. Was an active game plan. Wasn't just a jab and back foot. No, he used the whole ring. He get inside, he get outside, he hug. Bro, nah, that's stupid. That's stupid. Yes, I love knockdown, but I know sometimes there are boxers that they don't get knocked down. No, doesn't matter how hard you hit them.
Exactly. It's only like 2 minutes left. Let me play the rest of this, and then I gotta cook this nigga with one clip. Hold on.
It is what it is. So I'm gonna tell y'all this. Everybody keep talking about this Ron Garcia, Shakur Stevenson fight. Boy, I'm here to let y'all know this shit gonna be easier than the Teofimo Lopez fight. Yeah, because it's about skills inside that damn ring. That's what it's about.
I understand this, man.
He can have all the power in the world. Oh, he can have all the power. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But when he can't land on shit, that shit don't mean nothing. And he ain't gonna on Shakur. Shit, no, it's not gonna happen. And it's gonna be like taking candy from a damn baby. That's what it's gonna be like.
Oh yeah.
Taking candy from a baby. A lot of upset folks. A lot of people depressed.
Gaslighting for a fight that never gonna happen. At least for the next 2 years.
10 years. Oh, that's your king. Okay.
And now it's a bad thing that it took him 10 years. Well, he actually already won a championship. Dingling breath. He actually already won. He got the shit wiped out. Even though he went overweight or whatever, he beat the motherfucking undisputed. But y'all want to forget about we're not gonna forget about that shit. But like, it's only like a minute left of this. I'm not even gonna play the rest. I'm gonna say, hey, if y'all want to hear the rest of that, go to Tim Desert Storm Bradley Jr. It already got 20,000 views. But
I
this
feel
is
bad
where,
for the fan base that listen to him and take him seriously because they repeat that bullshit.
yeah,
Easy.
but this is the point where I pull out the charcoal. I gotta add a couple extra charcoals, and then I gotta go ahead and I gotta actually put a couple. I gotta spray this shit down with a little bit of lighter fluid, and I gotta let it breathe for a second because this is where I'm getting ready to cook the entire shit out of Tim Bradley. Y'all remember when I said I wanted y'all to parking lot something? I wanted y'all to parking lot. This is what I was talking about.
Wow.
Let me grab it. Hold on.
You're stupid, cabrón. Like easy. Like, I don't say that Shakur cannot beat him or Ryan cannot beat Shakur. I'm not talking about that, but easy because last time I checked, Ryan is bigger and have longer reach than Shakur.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, same thing right here. Fair use is being cited, but let me do in devastating fashion and keeping the same energy and not having what we call a sausage party. We're just going to keep doing that motherfucking body work. Let me go ahead and play this. Fair use is cited.
Tim Desert Storm Bradley, you already know the rest. Yeah, I'm up early. Yeah, and I'm feeling damn good. I'm here to talk some damn trash.
Yeah,
man, I'm seeing Canelo over here begging Terrence Crawford to come back. You want Terrence Crawford to come back and knock your ass out? You ain't got enough already?
Hey, if you get a chance in the mornings, every now and again, if you're drinking coffee on a regular basis, you might have 2 cups. Every now and again, have you a cup of decaf and then a regular, because this is what happens when you get up and you be hyped off that coffee. See, in different countries, what people don't realize, people would rather give their child a beer. Like over in Europe, they'd rather give their child a beer than a cup of coffee. Let that sink in. So this is Tim Bradley the other day before the fight, hyped up off of motherfucking coffee in the morning.
You forgot that last round you got hit with that jab. You like, what the fuck? Yeah, you better get knocked on your ass, my man. Hey, bro, you better keep walking, Canelo. Keep walking. Hey, Crawford trying to save your ass and save your damn legacy by not repeating and fighting your ass. He gonna knock your ass out, Canelo.
Oh my God.
That what you want? Why don't you go fight Bivol or Benavidez? Why don't you go do that, Canelo? Go do that, Canelo. You better off fighting them dudes, man. I don't know if you can beat them either. But shit, you won't get knocked out by Terrence Crawford. Keep barking up that damn tree, my boy. Shit, he already told you.
That's what I'm saying. That strong Colombian boy. You get you a cup of that Colombian uncut, boy, and have your little cream and your sugars in there, boy. You'll feel like Tony Montana.
Hey, he done. Let him be done. Shit, he don't need you. You need him.
He's gonna be remembered for his legacy. We have to remember him for talking this stupid shit.
If you don't get this done, man, damn.
Listen.
This should be easy for you. Easy. Goosey, if you don't get this done, you work with this man, Ryan Garcia. You work side by side with this man for several fights. Bro, if you don't get this done with no damn Mario Barrios, bro, you a sorry-ass trainer, too. Yeah. And in Mario Barrios, if you don't get this done against Ryan Garcia, you a sorry-ass fighter. Ryan Garcia is straight trash. Doodle butter.
He called Ryan Garcia straight trash doodle butter. Listen, Open your ears. I'll give you 3 seconds. Open your ears and listen to Tim. 3, 2, 1.
Doodle butter. Yeah, Ryan, you trash. You ain't got no right hand. You take your left hand
You don't got no right hand.
away and it's over with.
You take the left hand away and it's over with. This is Hall of Famer Tim Desert Storm Bradley against Bodywork. Once again, you are a cook, my bro. Who want a burger? Who want a patty?
Over with. I see you be trying to spook everybody with your power. Yeah, put the body shield on. Put the body shield on. Let me try to break your guts. Yeah. And I see you be trying hard as hell. I see you when you did with that man Ngannou. Ngannou laughed at your little baby ass punches. He laughed at you. Yeah. And I saw you get discouraged too. You got discouraged. All it takes is somebody that's tough, right?
Heavyweight.
Smart. Take that left hand away from your ass, and you done, bro.
Done,
He
yeah.
didn't use the left. That wasn't his weapon of choice. He was tough. You know what I'm saying?
And what he used everything he got. He got more than a fucking left or right hook, whatever they want to say. Like, oh, Ryan only have a hook. He only have that right fast hook. Without that, he got nothing. He don't use it last night, and he used everything else. I wish he used more body work, but he did
go to the body.
Yeah.
Like I saw that,
he went, but not as.
Right.
Well, whatever. It was his fight, and he was there, and he know what he was doing, and he won the fight. Who I am to criticize if he used it or not, you know?
All right. Let me just play this last little part. Hold on, real quick.
Put your ass in that scary shell. When you turn your back, you done, my boy.
Ryan only went to that taco shell for a brief second. I think it was for 15 seconds. It was later. I think it was around about that. I got my notes.
9
Hold
or
on.
10, something like that.
Yeah, like round 9. I was gonna say round 9. It was round 10. Yep, 10. Malazar, you know your shit. Round 10. I said went to that taco shell once.
The best round that Barrios had. That was the best shit that Barrios got that kind of got him and almost got him. That was his best round.
Yeah, I think that was the one round where if you wanted to actually push and argue and do whatever, you could have probably said that one. But like for the most part, yeah, that was his shining moment.
You ain't got no boxing skills, no real skills. Shit.
So disrespectful. And he's a Hall of Famer, and you talk like that about another American boxer. It's kind of so shameful.
Bill.
And then there are fans like that listen to him repeating all this shit and being that disrespectful because they believe that he know what he's talking. Just gaslighting people.
So, Melzar, do we just not cook this shit? AC, do we just not cook this shit out of Tim Bradley? And this is why I be trying to say the beauty of the channel is we put stakes in the ground. We'll put something out there. We'll bookend it on one side, not knowing that it's a pendulum. Yeah, we can swing far left. We try not to swing far left, just to have to swing far right. We try to keep that shit right down the middle. But what we will do is put a big bookend out there, just like with that Oshaki stuff. And then after we hear what happened, we'll come put another bookend and give you a timeline as to how these things happen. Now, we set Tim Bradley up because I know he's known to be outrageous like this and make all of this whatever. And since him and Andre Ward be saying, oh, you ain't never played sanctioning fees, ID Gab, what you got to say? If you ain't never laced them up, ID Gab. And I'd be like, listen, went over to Iraq, we're working men, we read business, we're businessmen, we've had fought. We know how it feel to get hit upside the fucking head. Yeah. We do have an opinion. Why? Because you could take the average person, you could take a LaShawn McCoy who knows everything about football and put him up on a big ass platform and he don't know shit about boxing, but his opinion's supposed to be better than mine. I was saying shut the fuck up, Tim. But because I like to keep track, I like empirical data, and I think I just showed y'all empirically how these people, even if they've laced them up, and we honor them, we salute them. They made millions of dollars. They got big fights and all that. Even if they made the Hall of Fame, all of that. Sometimes they don't know what the fuck they be talking about. And that's the case. Why? And the reason why is because of an illness. The illness that's going around. Whereas everybody want to be friends. Everybody want to be part of the network. Everybody want to be part of the Brat Pack. Everybody want to be part of this narrative. So there was never an incentive, one, and I've been trying to tell y'all this, and I always say, hey, stop me when I'm lying. I always tell you that there is an unwritten rule where you cannot give credit to a PBC fighter. See, they was never going to give credit to the PBC fighter in Mario Barrios. Why? He was PBC. The things that were said about Gary Antoine Russell post Hirioka, even though we've all saw and loved that whole fight, they're shitting on Gary Antoine Russell. Why? He's part of the PBC. Tim Bradley shitted on Ryan Garcia and hopes to promote Mario Barrios. Why? Because he's a Shakurian. He's affiliated with Bud. They're all still top rank in Turkey. Turkey is just footing the bill, but most of these guys are top rank. Even though Tim Bradley don't sell out for other top ranked fighters like Oshaki. Even though we heard what he said about Oshaki before we found out that Shakur was ducking. We just haven't bookended afterwards. And I'm waiting to get this on wax. But I think I just showed y'all how he said Mario Barrios was doodle butter if he lost to Ryan. Ryan wasn't shit. You take away his left hand, he don't got no right. We heard how he said, oh, the left hand and the right hand was available. He shitted on Joe Goosen.
Oh yeah.
And he gives Ryan Garcia no credit for going against his former trainer who knows all his secrets, going against a tenured guy in Mario Barrios who shared the ring with Keith Thurman, Ugas, Tank Davis, guys like that.
Yeah. So
here we go.
This is where for me, the flip side of what you said, I'm in complete agreement, but the flip side for me is, okay, Tim, if I was to ask you, which one is it, based on your statement, because right now your statements pigeonholed you into something being binary. Your basic opinion, that's not gonna fly, because we've got footage of you saying blase and blase, apples and oranges. So I'm gonna ask you, are you paid to say shit like that? Or you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about? I'm gonna err on the side of saying you're a businessman. You're a paid mouthpiece. Since you retired from boxing, what has your MO been? You've been a paid mouthpiece. You and Andre Ward, since y'all retired, you guys have been paid mouthpieces. First, you were paid mouthpieces for ESPN. You know what I'm saying? You were supposed to say all of these things about ESPN fighters. Now, you're on your own platforms, and because you took that same energy and audience with you, there's still a niche market that you guys fill in. So, which one is it that you're willing to admit to? You don't know what you're talking about, or take the high road and say, I'm just paid to say the shit I'm saying. And for me, that would be the type of question I'd sit there and ask Tim Bradley and then leave it completely at that. Because you can't sit there and tell me, why can't I just feel the way I feel? Because if that's the way you feel, then you owe Joe Guzman an apology, which you haven't done yet. And you owe Ryan Garcia an apology, just because you give him flowers, but you were still taken away from his victory by saying Mario Barrios made you look that way. Yes, you did this. Yes, you did that. But it was Joe Guzman's game plan for Barrios that allowed you to to look the way you look and get that belt. In other words, you're saying, I gave you your flowers, but I still personally feel that you're doo-doo butter. So at the end of the day, which one is it? Are you paid to say these type of things? Or you just don't know what the fuck you talking about? Now, I'm going to say it like this. There are chefs that will try to talk about the food that I do. Yes, they do the same thing I do. We all cook for a living. But you can't talk about what I do on this level because you've never experienced it. And the videos don't do justice of what really goes on behind the scenes. So I'll hear you talk all of this shit like, yeah, they do these tiny plates and hundreds of thousands of... No, it's not. It's simply this. To reach $1,000 ticket, it's so easy for two. So when I show you the math, now you can shut the fuck up. Because my math will always be mathing. Because I'm at that level. Now I'm asking you as a person who's at the level that I am. And I haven't gotten my legendary status because for me, that's my Michelin star. So for me, talking to you as a high level professional, is it you don't know what you're talking about or are you a paid voice? And that's where I leave it at that. Professional to professional.
It's a gaslighter.
How do we say mind yours? Why y'all be hating on Shakur and Bodywork? That's me. That's me right here. How so? And then I'll forward the link. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna extend all the courtesies. My mute button is broke. I promise you I won't mute you. Unless you say something that's gonna get the channel banned, like then we just gonna have to ban you from the studio. But I promise you I won't mute you. I promise you you'll have freedom of speech. I promise you, even if you wanted a certain time frame to speak, I'll give you that in timing and show everybody. But what I'm asking is, you, would you please click the link and tell us how we're hating on Shakur?
Yeah.
We would like to be enlightened, please. Please.
Because I don't know. I like Shakur fights and stuff. Nobody's hating on Shakur. Now, if you don't want to hear the truth, that's another story. Well, my bad.
I'm not sure. AC, did I miss something? Like, where in the point that, like where could we have possibly been hating on Shakur?
No, we're not hating on the man. We're calling what we're doing, what you may be, what mind yours, you might be confusing as hate is we're calling out the hypocrisy. When we're looking at two performances, we're calling out the machine. Shakur is a great fighter, but let it happen organically. To automatically come out and say, as they did last night, and say, the pound for pound king. This was a PBC, and it was a PBC and Golden Boy card, right? Here's where I'll give you your argument of why Shakur should be there. Because
the ring, that card have the ring. That's why Shakur was there, because the turkey was there. But you know what? You don't need to shit on Shakur to praise Ryan, or shit on Ryan to praise on Shakur. Like, there's no reason for that.
His word was oh man. They wasn't acting like his word was golden. So within the context of that, that's where we're talking. We're talking about a flat Teofimo Lopez that showed up, if that's the word they wanted to use to describe Mario Barrios. A flat Teofimo Lopez showed up. That fight was considered a masterclass. I told y'all can't nobody beat him. Blah, 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 blah. Versus a Mario Barrios that wasn't flat, but the fight was completely taken out of him. He was not prepared for that right hand. That was actually the credit that they gave Shakur, they should have gave to Ryan Garcia. The criticism they gave to Ryan Garcia should have went to Shakur. That's what it is. It's not hate. Shakur did what he was supposed to do. If that motherfucker shows up in front of you, beat the shit out of him the way you did. But then don't get out there and say, no, he should have stopped him. But I don't give a fuck.
So why you don't stop them? Why you don't stop yours? If you don't stop yours, but you're gonna tell me that I stopped mine? Come on, man.
So I'm just trying to let homie know.
Yeah, I
we
know.
get it we get it on both sides. But I think you're confusing some things. So if you want to come up here and clarify it, the platform is here. We love to talk boxing. Nobody's going to look at you and be like, the fuck you talk about, you bitch ass motherfucker, eat dick and all of this. That's not going to happen here. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, we don't condone the consumption of tube steak over here, man. We don't get down like that. But Tim said Barrios wasn't shit, right?
No, that's crazy.
Ryan beat the shit out of crazy. Hey, Ryan beat the shit out of Mario Barrios. Yet Shakur wants to fight him and bring him down to 144. Yet, just like T.O., this wasn't the first time we seen T.O. get beat. And then technically, technically he's won other fights, but we saw him getting beat before. And I'm not taking away from T.O. I gave T.O. full credit. He used to be one of my fighters. But that wasn't the first time. When we seen Shakur do what he did, that wasn't the first time. And Shakur didn't even drop him. Yet, Shakur said when they asked him, going into this 11th round, 12th round, like, what you think what you think Ryan should do? Should he just like pace himself to victory because it's already in the bag, or should he go ahead and step on him? He said, I think he should go ahead and finish. He's like, he has nothing for you. He has whatever. So me as a Shakur fan, when I asked, I said, well, hold on, man. Where was this urge or where was this thought process when it came down to Shakur and when it came down to Shakur and T.O.? I've never experienced that. So then also, so he had expectations being Shakur to not even have to step on the gas against T.O. But he himself at the fight, just like he said, oh yeah, man, I'll say something and then go do something else. You know I'm clipping that. So I'm thinking like, okay, so Tim said that Mario Barrios wasn't shit. Ryan beat the shit out of Mario Barrios. Now Shakur wants to fight him but bring him down to 144.
Are you crazy?
But you're pound for pound.
For what?
Like, somebody got to make
title in 144. There's no title in 144. That's stupid.
Peace. What's going on, brothers?
What's going on, bro?
What up?
On your mind?
Snowstorm fucking me up right now.
Man, bro. I ain't had to eat this much crow in a long time. You know? Like, I don't know what it was right before Frank Martin and Nahir Albright went out there. I wanted to change my decision. I just felt like it was gonna be a draw. I don't know what the fuck happened. Even though, you know, from what I saw, Frank Martin won. You know, what was the 10th round devastating? Yeah, of course it was. You feel me? But I don't think it warranted a draw. But I respect it.
Okay.
You know, and I feel like Gary Russell and Hiroka, that was more of a draw than Frank Martin and Albright.
For real?
Oh,
you see it like that?
See, the difference was Frank Martin won rounds. Nahir Albright won rounds. Gary and Hiroka, neither one of them gave up a round. I'm not to say another one or the other didn't take the round, but nobody gave up nothing. Like, I'm sure the judges was split on most of those. Well, they should have been. They wasn't. But they should have been split because Gary was cruising and winning in the early part of every round. The early part. But he didn't close out none of those rounds. Except for
what did I say? AC?
Early. That's it. Only early did he try to close out a couple. He didn't do it He didn't do nothing spectacular. Hiroko was looking spectacular. Whenever he tries to close you, it's spectacular. Like, I don't think nobody's gonna fight that guy.
But I think like the Hiroka was the low blow that took him out of concentration, took him out of the game.
He should have did it again if he really want to win.
Okay.
Hey,
you ain't shit. You ain't shit.
It is.
Hey, but listen, y'all. We got to petition and ask these guys. Listen, if a nigga hit me in my nuts at a moment like that, you know what I'm saying? I'm taking all 5 minutes. It's gonna be like,
it's special. You're right, though, man.
It's gonna be like 4
sensitive.
o'clock, 5, 9. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm good. I think I'm good. I gotta let them things settle because I was trying to explain it to my lady. I said, not only is it the Jews where you actually made contact, but we feel that shit in our stomach, bro. I was like, so you can feel that shit in 2 places, and when a nigga that size punch you in the jewels,
and that's they say that's the feeling that women feel with contractions. They say they feel that. I say, oh my gosh, I feel so sorry for y'all. You know, hey, for real. Like, oh my gosh, over and over again. No, don't do it. But as men, they should have more awareness, and they should know that it's too sensitive, man. Like spare the rod, you know. Like, I mean, you know, no diddy, you know what I mean? But hey, it is what it is. Like take it easy on a brother, man. Get that man, man. Hey, they gave Usyk more time than that for a blow that wasn't that low. You know. Like I'm still mad. I'm still mad about that.
Throw himself to the floor. He was over there like, oh my god! I was like, damn. And then he stand up and start fighting right away. Okay?
But you got to give them guys credit at that point because they used to talk about Earl doing that. They say, man, Earl, you know what I'm saying? But it come along with when you do that kind of body work, you're gonna be off because. You talking about split seconds, you talking about people moving, you talking about aiming for where you think somebody gonna be and all of that. It happened. That shit was like down. This wasn't like what they said with Puyo, because that was actually legit. Like I'm like, man, this man hit you above your navel and you got an Audi, not an Indy. And we saw that shit. Like, come on, bro. But in this one, I can say, yeah, that was really low. Like I was the one that came out last time and did the microscope and said, bro, if your nuts is all the way up here above your Audi, then something's wrong, huh? Like
I was got that hook over there.
Beans above the frank, you know, like on something about Mary. Like how you get the beans above the frank? This one was actually it hit him in the beans, bro, well below the frank.
Yeah, well, it was a cup. Like he uppercutted the mother.
Yeah,
and that nigga, that's a big thing. Listen, y'all, look, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Let me show y'all this shit again, man. Like, listen. This is why we got to give our guys credit because we have never seen Shakur fight a motherfucker like this. If you think I'm
no way, you said it before. You said it before you got in the ring.
You know what I'm saying? Did you see that shit,
bro? You said it at the weigh-in.
Diana. I said, oh, this nigga is ill. He came in there on Diana. I said, oh,
look how big is this? Yo, Russell looks so small in the ring that the Japanese look way bigger than him. That's another impressive shit.
Yeah, it was. Hey, put it like this. As a resident bodyworkologist, I want to nominate Andy Hiroka. Even though he lost, I want to nominate him for Body Work of the Week.
Yeah.
Yo,
bro.
He got body work in a fucking decade, bro.
Yo, bro, when we seen, as soon as I talked to AC, I said, yo, I cannot believe Gary Antoine Russell survived that shit, bro.
I swear to God.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm talking about the way he did because it looked like I thought he was about to become Frank Martin. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Me too.
I say, bro, there's no way he's gonna make this 12 round. He took off in that middle of the fight, and it was almost the end of the fight. But he bounced back so strong.
After
like I couldn't believe he was that strong in the 12th round.
You could see those bodies.
And then, like I knew at the end of every round, I knew it was gonna be deadly for him. The end of that 12 got ugly.
But you could see those body shots were actually hurting him because
Man, that was a good fight
that
last
he was
night.
making, the same face that
That's
he
why
made
your
when
boy
he
Hitchens
got
didn't
the
even
blow,
fight.
the
He
same
didn't even
face,
show up.
the same face he made when he
yellow
he
stain.
got the low blow. That was the same face he made when them body shots was ripping him. Them shits was hurting.
They call him Yellow Stain Hitchens. Shit.
Yeah, he fired, bro. Like he ain't even on
Yeah,
my radar
bro.
no more. He can't say nothing about nothing. I don't want to hear nothing.
Yeah, bro.
I want to see some action.
Yeah, you know, this public service announcement for me. Let me hold on. Let me do this. Public service announcement for me, bro. Hey, my praises are just allowed my criticism. My criticisms are just allowed my praises. And from now on, like, yeah, Richardson, I put in a lot of work, a lot of time for you, brother. Like, no, bro. That's duck flu, bro. That's duck flu, bro. Like, that's so embarrassing, bro. Like, after all of this, and like now I'm starting to see that strategic shit. And I always say, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt until your moves. Like I said, as long as your moves are, you know, going with how we need the sport of boxing to go, I got you. I'll stand in the gap for you. The minute your moves start looking different, and this is the first one. This you part of strategic pack. That was strategic. And that man said he said he looked in your eyeballs and he saw fear.
Mm-hmm. Pussy.
And you made the weight. So after you made the weight, you made the weight, and then you got sick, bro. That's calculation. That's Shakur Stevenson 101 right there. That's strategic. That's sassy and strategic.
But that's why number one.
That's that 101 Keyshawn shit.
But that's why number one, I was like, you know, allegedly. I kept on using the word allegedly. But for me, and going back to Andy Hiroka, that's why I made that announcement. Like, yo, I just hope, and that's why I was like, I'm kind of rooting for Andy because they don't want to put money behind this dude, and everybody knows that pretty much in Japan. And now Americans. Now you got True School over there, and big shout out to True School. He's putting it out there that they're not gonna back Andy because he's half black and half Japanese, and they just want to build Japanese boxing.
Oh yeah, over there in Japan, but over here we don't care. But
that's why I
now he got the visa. Now he got the visa.
That's why I made the statement. That's why I made the statement that, you know, for me, it's going to be bittersweet if Andy loses because, well, not bittersweet. It's going to be bitter for me even more if Andy loses because the dynamic he has to take back with him to Japan. I don't know. I think that performance right there, if Japanese audiences are listening to American channels, everybody's like, yo, Andy is a problem. He's this, he's that. Yo, Americans want to see him. So hopefully they'll get behind Andy Hiroka and, you know, we'll start to see him more. And if he can't, then listen.
Have to be a promoter here in America that bring him here. You know?
That's
But he got his visa now. That the difficult shit is getting the first time visa. After you get the first one, you go on fight, then you can do it more easily. But so he finally got it. So maybe we can see him again. We don't know.
Man, but if you were him, would you come back to America after those scorecards?
Yeah, was good scorecards.
No, horrible.
No, no, was 2 rounds. They give it 2 rounds plus the 1 point, and the other one was 3 rounds for Russell and the score and the point. That's the reason it's 117-110, and the other one is 116-111. Because it's supposed to be 116-112 and 117-111, but because they took the point out of the low blow, that's the reason they look like that.
I had him 3 points down. He was 3 rounds down. You feel what I'm saying? He fought back. By the time, for me, I'll say it again. By the time it was in the 9th round, where I was hearing Chris Mannix and some of them like, no, it's pretty much a tie. I was like, no, he's still down. And then he lost he got the point taken away. That's now he's 2 rounds down. Then going into the 10th round, I felt that I said that was a good round. They both active, but they gonna give that round to Gary because Gary shoe shined the shit out of him, and he got the crowd hyped for like at least 2 minutes. You only had a minute, and you couldn't really get nothing off on Gary. Gary played that last round extremely well, which closed the deal. And then it was like, yep, there's the 3 rounds. But to me, I still felt it was a close fight. Take that point deduction away. If he could have got over here acclimated, bro, I'm gonna stay 10 toes down on it. I strongly believe we will be talking about in the new.
Hey, it was 115, 113 in my book. I got it.
Yeah,
it was 115. It was one, and just like with the Ghost and Nair Albert, I had a 97, 95. Like they were close fights, and I took everything into consideration. But I can explain it all. So I had it 115, 113. Like had he had Hirioka, had he not did that, had he not really bagged the balls like that, if he wouldn't have cupped them balls like that, and he would have actually dropped Gary, it could have ended up a tie or him getting a decision, because they would have used that as a deciding factor. Like it would have been almost just like who we seen, Speedy Rashidi and Romain Villa, where Speedy Rashidi clearly won all, like the whole first half. Villa just took it on late. He stole a couple rounds, and at the end he knocked him down 3 times. He just didn't get the knockdown. They would have, the robbery, like the attempted robbery, that was in full effect. Gary is just nice, and that's why we got to give Gary that credit. Because listen, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna hand it over. I'm gonna say this, bro. When the last time you seen your fighter? I've seen Tank against a Mario Barrios that looked just like Gary versus Hirioka. I've seen those kind of physical disadvantages. I've seen that. When have you seen Shakur Stevenson up against somebody with any of these physical advantages? And then ask yourself, why does he need the whole fucking network? Why does he need a rehydration clause, a catch weight? You want to take Ryan, who just won welterweight, 147, WBC, who he didn't pay the fees with, and bring him down to 144 for no belt. And we're going to allow that to get away. But we can't respect Gary Antoine Russell and what he was able to do against somebody who we know that if that dude would have been over here acclimated, the outcome of that fight would have been different, because they're both, well, maybe Gary would have rose, because maybe, you know what I'm saying? We don't know, but we know that the likelihood of a draw, or it would have been different, because the dude, but we've never seen, like, listen, Josh Padley was an electrician off of a roof with 3 days. This is a dude that had the abilities that he had, but was held to 72 hours before actually being able to get over here. And Gary did that to him, to where it was still decisive, and he got a low blow. It was still decisive by just 2 points in my book, but he got a low blow. You don't take away that low blow, and you actually credit him for a knockdown, the fight would have been different. I've never seen Shakur in anything like that.
Yeah.
And the criticisms that Tim Bradley gave Mario Barrios for how he handled Ryan, he didn't give none of them to Shakur.
Exactly. He definitely should have said the same thing, that Teofimo basically didn't do nothing. It wasn't how, oh my gosh, that was a performance I've never seen before. No. Teo sucked that night, period. You know, Mario Barrios sucked last night, period. Like, even if he had the flu, like, because I do have a conspiracy. I do have a conspiracy, because it's a common denominator, right? We got Mario Barrios was sick. Richard Hitchens was sick. Kid Austin was sick. What's the only common denominator? All of these have some type of tie, at least by opposition, or you know, in the case of Kid Austin, his management. They're all connected to Oscar De La Hoya, promotions, right? Because Hitchens was fighting Duarte. Of course, Mario Barrios was fighting Ryan Garcia, and Kid Austin, he's on De La Hoya Productions. But what did De La Hoya say immediately when he said he wanted to fight Shakur? Never. No, I'm not letting my fighter fight him. and the dad forced this shit. The dad like, nah, we want that fight.
Bro, I hear what you're saying, Calico, but in the case of Barrios versus Ryan Garcia, Ryan Garcia completely took that fight out of him, and they just didn't have a plan for Ryan Garcia's right hand. They banked on the left. If you're gonna come up with a conspiracy theory, it's like Joe Guzman. If you worked with Ryan,
yes,
worked with Ryan the way
he's a double agent
with those 3 fights. You
He's
should have at least had Mario Barrios ready for the right hand.
No, he's a double agent. He the one gave Mario the flu. I'm telling you. When I say De La Hoya, we know De La Hoya is not gonna do no dirty work.
For me, it's that knockdown. Once he got that, when you saw Barrios' face when he was getting hit, and he's just looking at him like, the fuck did you hit me with? That was the right? And then he got caught again. Then he goes down. The look on his face when he got up, was like, yo, Joe, you didn't tell me about this right hand, bro. Like, the fuck? We ain't ready for this. And that's where Barrios just couldn't figure it out, because he's got to look at that right that kept on slapping him, and then the left started to slap him. So he was like, I don't know what the fuck to do. Because every time I come in, he's got great footwork, and he's backing up and giving him that space to shoot that left. Ryan went to the body. He shot uppercuts. He was using his jab. He just completely outboxed him and shut him down. He took the fight out of him in a fashion, to me, but with more like semi-devastating shots than how Keith Thurman took the fight out of Barrios. So I'm just like, yo, I was impressed with Ryan's victory. I don't want to give any other excuses, but he did his thing. That was a masterful boxing performance, and hopefully you can keep that shit up, because right now the world is yours. The same thing I was predicting. Ryan Garcia gets the belt. Everything in the world is open to this dude. I'm just gonna land it right here. Have you ever go back, and even when Oscar had Canelo, have you ever seen Oscar De La Hoya so happy? He was just red and shaking his hand like, fucking yeah, Have you ever seen Mauricio Suleiman look so fucking happy?
Yeah, because
they got their real golden boy right now.
Look,
that's great, bro.
Look, that's why he upped the allowed amount of osirine, the WBC president. Yeah, they making a way for their champion. You feel me? They're like, come on, man, come on in. So nobody in their right mind wants to fight him, but at the same time, he don't look invincible. He don't really have no power. I feel like he's maxed out at 147, just like Teofimo did at 140, where Teo stopped having that pop, that one punch power. Yeah, it's gone. Your boy Ryan has not knocked out anybody since goddamn 135 pounds. You feel me? Yeah, he got off in the first 23 seconds and didn't do shit else. Like, as far as, truly devastating. So I don't think the power's there. I think it's power, but it's pretty much like Devin Haney. And it's gonna come down to whoever got the most skills to be able to put down that power.
I'm not saying Ryan Garcia is the bee's knees. I'm not saying that right there. But what I'm saying is this: you just have some fighters. You just have some guys that they just got beards and a half. You feel what I'm saying? One guy could stop him because they just have that concussion, like that type of power is just generational. Not everybody's got that. The last person that we seen that had it was Wilder and fucking Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? And he's
hold on, Tank Davis.
Yeah, no, that's who I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about, that person having that type of concussive power to put him out. And and basically, like Barrios is a hard dude to defeat. He's durable. He stays in that one gear, and that one gear is like a shield. You got to beat him to death or have that type of concussive power that you just land that shot and it just shuts him down. Do I think Ryan has that type of Tank Davis power? No, I don't think any other fighter in the game right now has that type of Tank Davis power. What I'm saying is this: for the type of power Ryan displayed against him, it had Mario Barrios like, I was not expecting that. That is something that, you know, I don't want to get hit with, but he's just too fast, because he would get hit and then you see Barrios' hands moving like, I thought I was blocking that.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, B Calico, you just drive a hard bargain on Ryan, but I am in the middle. To where you got to think. I was asking this question. I said, why they not calling Mario Barrios Drawmont Barrios the way they call Lamont Roach Drawmont Roach? Because Mario Barrios had just got a draw with Manny Pacquiao, and he got a draw with Abel Ramos. Now, he had a baby and all that, but I've seen what he was able to do against Ugas. I question it because people never question whether or not Earl really damaged Ugas. Because we don't know. We don't have no data to go by to say that Ugas was ever the same after Earl, right? So I was never high on Barrios. I was saying that they were slutting him out. I said, man, you just gonna toss that thing and toot that thing up to everybody, and you ain't gonna try to unify. Well, get the belt off of him. And I recognize that people only shitted on Ryan based on what Tank was able to do to him. But if you look at all these guys, Tank do that to all of these guys. It's only a few exceptions. So I credit Ryan, but I also said, listen, them taking his victory away and that Osterling shit and all that happened, that affected him. That's why I gave him a mulligan for the one off with the with Rolly. That's why I'm saying right now, I don't want him to entertain Shakur at no catch weight or no dumb shit like that. That don't make no sense. Like, you giving up. So what I say is, listen, it's either Devin Haney for game 8, because that's the biggest fight, and now you legitimate, and that's gonna sell. That's just add water. I don't even think you gotta add water. Or get back with Rolly and unify. Those are the two best decisions right now for where you're at. It's not to go and do some circuit shit with Shakur at 144. That's just
it's the unification on both sides. He unifies with Dev, or he unifies with Rolly. But it's a unification on both sides. So that's why, for me, Shakur shouldn't even be in the picture unless you coming up there to challenge me for my belt.
Exactly. And you're not in the WBC. You burnt that bridge. So you should be going up to somebody with the WBO. You know what I'm saying? So, but what's up, Blaze? What's going on?
What's up, man? Body, what's up? Hey, man, I want to give a shout out to Calico, man. You been cooking today, man. You been cooking. And then, man, shout out to my guy Malaza, man. We've been on some other panels today, on other panels on other days. And what's up to AC? I think it might be the first time I met you. Man,
We've been on panels before.
Okay, we've been on panels before, for sure. But I just want to start off with this, man. And I'll start with the top, with Ryan Garcia versus Barrios. And I want to name my bias first and foremost. I got a bias against Ryan because of the racist comments that he was making and all that. I'm glad that he's been behaving lately. So, but that's really colored, you feel me, how I view, Ryan as a person with his character, but how he believes into his professionalism and how he fight, right? But what I do want to say is I want to say that, congratulations for a spectacular performance yesterday, handling this business and, clearly, solidifying himself as a true champion finally at 147. And, he actually makes that weight division better because we got 4 champions now that are truly competitive. My biggest issue is like what y'all got is with him and Shakur. Can y'all hear me? Because I'm hearing background music. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. The background
okay,
music is part of the channel.
Okay, yeah, bet. And so my thing is with this, man, Ryan is now WBC champion at 147. We know the 2 fights that should be happening with Ryan Garcia next would be either him versus Rolly or him versus Devin for unification. And it's in particularly him versus Devin for unification because that'll be the biggest money fight out of all of them, right? I got a problem with Shakur, just like I had a problem with Shakur when he won. He talked about him wanting to fight Devin, but putting a rehydration clause on him. That's bogus. And I don't like that. I don't like this fight. I don't like Ryan saying he'll go down to 144 to fight Shakur no more than I don't like Shakur saying he would want to fight Ryan at 144 instead of 147 for that title when they got you number 3 pound for pound. You feel me? If you really are number 3 pound for pound, you will be able to go up one weight class and challenge those guys with no advantages against them. And that's the kind of issue that I'm having right now. And then it's unfortunate though, but here's the other side. Now, like I told you, I got a bias against Ryan, but this ain't even really Ryan, more so than it is Oscar now. Because just like we seen Oscar did with Virgil and Boots, it's like Oscar's gonna block Ryan from fighting who we actually want him to fight. So I don't want him to fight Shakur. That makes no fucking sense. What sense does it make? Is his whole career he been trying to be champion? He's finally become champion. In this next fight, he's not defending his title. When he could potentially fight Rolly and win, and potentially fight Devin and win, and be a unified champion. It makes no sense. So when they're saying that, it makes no sense. But then you even throw in Oscar on top of it, and you got Oscar going block because I don't know if it was AC or I think Body, you said it, or they done finally got their golden boy.
Yeah, that was me that was saying it.
Who was that? I want to make sure. Was that AC?
Yeah.
Exactly, AC. That's your great point. They done finally got their golden boy. And so he's going to be in the golden boy protection agency unless he pushes back. And him and his father looks like he'll push back. I'm not going to make Ryan a duck. You feel me? I think Ryan's too crazy to be a duck. You feel me?
That's where...
You see what I'm saying?
But Blaze, this is where I got to give you pushback on that because when we look at it, right? When we look at it, Ryan has already fought Tank. He's fought Devin Haney. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm fought Rolly. So,
but listen to me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not saying Ryan is a duck. You see what I'm saying?
No. What I'm saying is, as far as maybe the Devin Haney or Rolly fight, they're gonna be on top of that fight all day, in my opinion. They may be sketchy and if they smart, they're gonna play the either you coming up here to challenge me for my belt or kick rocks game, or not even game, just be blunt with them. Listen, Shakur, you're a great fighter. But if you're pound for pound, you come up here, challenge me for my belt, you win, you're now a 5-division champion.
Exactly.
It's a win-win for you. So I'm not coming down there. There's
exactly
more for you up here if you just come to my weight class.
And I agree, AC.
So here's where I'm at. Golden Boy has already did the Rolly fight with Ryan, and they already did the Devin fight with Ryan. So at the end of the day, the rematches, and sometimes we say the rematches sometimes generate more money than the original fight. Both of these rematches generate far more money and far more views than the original. So his path is clear. It's just don't go do that stupid shit unless this dude's coming up to 47.
I know, but AC, and I'm agreeing with you. That's why I think the Ryan versus Shakur is a pump fake for so many different reasons, because they couldn't do it if they wanted to. Because the business ain't going to allow them to do it.
Exactly.
The business is not going to allow them to do it. The money's not going to allow them to do it, right? AC?
WBC, let's just keep it honest. WBC is not going to sanction that fight after you just shitted on them.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is let's take it out. I can even take that out. Even if you take away that argument and it was like they'll still do business with Shakur, it's still not a bigger fight monetary-wise for them to get their sanctioning fee if Ryan versus Rolly or Ryan versus Devin in a unification bout.
Yeah.
Period. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's why I'm saying is like, I hate that they do what they're doing right now because that fight ain't even in the mix. But I'm concerned with Ryan and I'm concerned with Oscar, bro. Because I really believe that Ryan now got this title. He's going to end up fighting somebody that none of us on this panel want him to fight right now in his next fight.
Like a Conor
because
Ben?
he's the champion now.
Like
What
a
if he
Conor
look, because
Ben.
look, like a Conor Ben, but if he does that, at least we see that coming because WBC done telegraphed it. They done made him number one. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like we know it's there. We know it's there.
But listen, let me. I'm gonna give you your
We don't
credit.
want it though.
Look. I'm giving you your credit. I'm giving you salutes. This is
Yep.
exactly how, because we haven't talked. Just like me and AC talked, but we haven't
Yeah.
talked. If you in agreement with us to where the only
Yeah.
fight it should be point blank period. I don't give a fuck who you like, who you think got skills. The only fight for Ryan next should be either Devin or Rolly.
Yeah.
Period. Like there's no exceptions. That should be it.
Yeah, but Body, the problem is when you don't want to kill your golden goose, you will have Ryan fight for a kin and just make easy money, bro. That's the problem that I got with Ryan with a belt. And being with Golden Boy and being with Oscar. Because Ryan shows you every proof that he'll fight anybody. But now the business is gonna be bigger than him now, bro.
But look,
the business is bigger than him and his father.
The only thing I'm gonna say is this. This is what's been keeping my blood pressure down. This is what I've been saying over the last couple of weeks. Listen, once these guys finally get up to the point where they win a title, in order to keep your blood pressure low, give them a one-off. Like, yeah, you can kick and scream and say no. Just give them that one after they do it, because they're gonna do whatever the fuck they want to do after that, because that's business now. It's like shit, I got it. I ain't gotta do shit. I just got here. You can go SMD or whatever, sit on the foot long if you don't care what I'm doing next. I give them that one, and then I see if they're gonna get right back to what they're doing. If they get back to some other another freak show, side show, some shit that don't matter, that's when I'm like, I'm not gonna promote you. So I give them a one.
Body, I respect that. I respect that because it's the business. Because we can't be mad at that.
But that's just for my sanity. But we know technically, now that you on and you got the momentum and you finally prove yourself, that's what it should be. Now, if you go do a one-off with Conor Ben or something, okay, cool. I ain't gonna massacre you. I ain't gonna put you on the cross. After that, we gonna judge you though. And and that's what kept me from staying off of Shakur ass. I'm like, all right, I ain't gonna get too hype. I don't like how you moving, but I'll give you your one-off. After that, I'm on your ass.
All right, bet. And Body, you know what? I'm gonna take that, because one thing about it, like I said, man, you know, Shakur's been frustrating the shit out of me. And if these catch weights, rehydration ploys is the one-off, I'll take the one-off. But at the end of the day, he got to get busy with where he's actually fighting at, and he got to be unifying and fighting somebody. And then, so look, bro, I just want to switch over right here, like, give another shout out to my guy Calico, because what y'all was talking about. Man, and we had talked before the fight, because we talked about Wu, and we talked about Frank Martin, and we talked about Gary, and we talked about Andy, and goodness gracious, like he said, man, he does get the Bodywork Award. Andy Aroka gets the Bodywork Award, and motherfucking Gary was a dog. That was a fight. And for me, let me just give you my quick analysis on it, because I did have Gary winning, but it was hella close. The thing is when I watched the tape, right? The thing that Andy has, and it's unfortunate people don't know him. I had to go back and watch his tape. You got to watch his tape, because his tape makes you a fan when you watch his fights. Andy dominates with his jab. He has a violent jab. Like, he breaks you down with the jab, and then he breaks you down. Gary understood the assignment. And so in the beginning of the fight, he was catching that jab. He was blocking that jab. He was feinting and getting in the inside around that jab. And so in the middle rounds, Aroka made the adjustment by selling out to the body. You feel me? And he was working Gary. And Gary was eating him, though, because I don't care what nobody say, man, Gary got to be a dog, because any other fighters that was taking them body shots like that wouldn't have been able to continue to function like that, like he functioned. And he had the low blow, and he didn't even take the full 5 minutes, and we seen that shit was crazy. You see what I'm saying? And then, like, I think, Calico, you said it. It was like them rounds, neither one of them was giving up nothing. Like, they wasn't giving nothing to neither one of them. They was both trying to win that all the way to the end of that fight, man. And it just came down to, game plan and adjustments. And, Gary had made the first adjustment early I think Andy was a little late because Calico, if you peep it right, remember when he's banging him with the body? And then I love when Gary Russell Jr. smacks. He smacked Antoine in the between the ring, in between the rounds. He smacked that nigga, and it's like, you see what I'm saying? That's boxing, my nigga, because he know his bro got
in the head, man. I said,
he hit that nigga in the head, nigga. Like he know because nigga, he love his brother. He know his brother gotta make an adjustment because he knew his brother was losing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then he smacked that nigga, and then he gave that nigga advice. And he told that nigga, he said, listen, nigga,
like
even with the body shots, he said, listen, he ain't got nothing on the inside, nigga. You gotta go. You feel me? Because and I'm like, nah, Andy got the body shots, but if you think about it, it's like, nah, Andy got on the inside and was on autopilot with the body shots. That's why Gary's Jr. was like, turn him, get inside, work inside, and turn him. You feel me? And then he ain't able to wind up and sit on them body punches. And so, man, shout out to Gary Russell Jr., bro, for the corner work that he had for his brother for that fight and giving him real ass fucking advice. But listen, bro, just think, Calico. Think if Andy was one jet lagged or had acclimated. Andy's a problem, bro.
That's
Andy's
what I'm
a fucking problem.
We all said that, bro. You preaching the gospel, bro. Like, bro, that was I like for people to try to say, man, Tim Bradley came out and said Gary was trash, bro. I said, man, we need to find this nigga and find, like, yo, we need to
tripping.
to him a sock party, bro. Like, for real. Like, Tim, how the fuck is Gary trash, bro? Like, when have you ever had to dig deep like that and come out like that?
Yeah, but the thing is because, but look, here's the problem with Tim Bradley. What you got to get with Tim Bradley go both sides because Tim Bradley bullshits the casuals. See, he's not talking to hardcores who got the context of the tape. You feel me? Because because if he was and he gives the analysis like I'm giving the analysis, because anybody who really knows Andy's tape and anybody who really knows Gary tape, you know that Gary had to get through Andy's jab first, and he did. But if you just see Andy for the first time, you don't know he got that jab. And so when I was going back, Andy tried to make the adjustment after the body shots because when he started going to the body, he got a rhythm with his jab after that. And so Gary really had to figure it out because that shit was coming up and down on him. And he had to figure it out. You see what I'm saying? But that's why it's like you can't. One thing about it, man, Tim Bradley's a shot jock, bro. Him talking ain't congruent with him fighting. You see what I'm saying? He's trying to get clicks. He's tapping into the algorithm, my nigga. Because you see, he'll say both sides. On one day he'll have one person. On one day he'll have the other person. So it's like you can't take him serious as a boxing analyst. He's a pundit.
You just talked me down out the ledge, so now I know that that's what he doing. Cause that shit be irking my nerve. I was like, that's why I stopped listening to him for a little while. I said, so now I'm not gonna get my blood. Now you just help my blood pressure. Now I know.
Nah, bro. He's just for entertainment. He's just to short that shit to shorten shits and giggles. He's not giving you an analysis on his channel, on his YouTube channel, bro. And that's the problem with these YouTube. And like I said, that's what I like about your show. Because when I was driving, I'm listening to y'all. It's like, hey man, cats is coming up here to talk about boxing. We ain't coming up here to talk about that stupid shit. We ain't trying to name call. Ain't no clans over here. Nothing. We trying to analyze, man, what the fuck was going on in the ring, and we analyze the stuff outside of the ring that influence what goes on inside the ring, and we gonna keep it boxing. You feel me?
Right. You cooking, bro. You cooking, man. I'm glad, man. It's refreshing, man. That's why you fit right in because it's. Man, me and AC were talking about it. We chopped it up earlier, and we were just like, man, bro, the way it's going and how they got control of the media, it's like, if it's not people like yourself, D Calico, AC, Mailazar, if we not doing this, like, people are going to run down the yellow brick road, like, looking for some shit that they already got. Like, all you got to do is use your critical thinking skills and trust what your eyes saw. That's why people be saying, I turned it down. Like, when you hear most people say, I turned down the commentary. Because that commentary will fuck you up if you don't know the person. You're buying what somebody's saying and you're not watching what's actually going on. Like, bro, Gary has showed me in one round. He showed me, I said, man, Gary did everything. I saw Gary do everything in that round. But then what I was appreciating at the same time was Hirioka's game plan, though. Yeah. This nigga, not only was he saying, listen, because I text AC, I said, man, I think Hirioka about to try to drown Gary. He wasn't trying to just drown him, but he was also letting Gary work in the first minute and a half. Then he would start sharking the body, and then he would at least close out in the last 30 seconds. I said, so if you got some unbiased judges and they got recency bias on the round, then yeah, he's gonna bank rounds at the end. But you gotta give Gary credit because, man, you can't rush in. He couldn't get over his toes because he was poised, just waiting to crack his ass with that left. That was like one of the best fights I've seen in so long. But like, if you don't know what you're watching, you can be like, man, and you're gonna buy into the hype. But that shit was that was a classic fight, bro.
Bro, man, that shit's to be studied, man. That was because it's two high-level boxers, right? Two high-level championship boxers fighting. You see what I'm saying? And we watch, and like I said, for me, I seen the adjustment from the beginning. Because if you watch Andy Aroka's tape, he established his range and he established his jab early. Gary took that away from him. You see what I'm saying? But if you see Andy for the first time, you don't know he got that. You feel me? So that's when I see it, I'm like, people went the first, second round. They're like, oh, I ain't seeing Gary ain't looking like he doing that. And I'm like, no, Gary done took away his jab. Gary's catching his jab with his glove. Gary's staying out of range with his jab. And then Gary's feinting to get inside so he don't, and taking away the jab so it ain't there. You feel me?
Yeah.
And so, man, that was good. That was some good shit, man.
Yeah, and Gary cut the distance in a way that was uncomfortable for Hiroka to throw his punches or his hook to deliver, went way too close or stay far away so he can. Was a good fight from both guys. Was because I like how Hiroka came back in the middle of the rounds and fought, and then Gary adjusts his brother, and then he come back, and then the last two rounds because Hiroka came in the 11th to take Russell's heads down. He was hammering him with everything he got. But Gary assimilated, and then he come back in the 12 rounds and give it to Hiroka. So that was a good shit. I like it for real.
And look, and I think what happened was earlier on, like you had some people that wasn't necessarily rooting for Gary, right? They microwaved. I seen a lot of people microwave the analysis and all that, like went into the day of and all this. It's like, okay, you done sat around and listened to everybody. But what happened was when everybody was looking and said, okay, well, he must have gained Gary respect. What they really didn't realize was the way that Gary normally fight, he fought like that, but he did it so smart because he knew he couldn't get in front of his toes. Like he couldn't get wrecked. Like he couldn't do what he normally do, but he still had to press the action. Even when nothing going on, he was pressing the action and being patient for his shots. And really what people didn't see, because Gary would touch him, and I told my lady, I said, see, watch this. I said, watch this. And when they were showing the highlights, I said, listen, what did you hear? I said, he just punched. He just hit this nigga with a jab and his head popped back. Nobody said nothing. So what people didn't realize was when they were looking like, damn, he must have gained Gary respect. Gary gained his respect. Why? Because if he didn't, Hiroka would have been stepped to him and started doing.
And what I tell you is Gary respected him from the bell ringing, bro.
Because
he wouldn't let him hit him with the jab. He, like you said, he was patient. Because think about, look at the reach disadvantage he had. And so look how patient he had to do to get his shots off to not get hit. Remember, Hiroka had to switch up and go to the body. He had to allow Gary on the inside and then kill him to the body. That was the adjustment he had to make because Gary took away his jab from the rip, bro. He was catching it, bro. He was catching it with his glove, bro. And he was sliding it. He was slipping to get in. He was catching, and then he was feinting and rushing him.
We'll say good fight from both guys. We'll say great fight.
I would say this for me. The earlier rounds was where we sometimes see fighters and they're trying to read situations and like really kind of get into it, because how do you really train? Who do you have in Japan that you can spar, or who can you get to spar to mimic a Gary Russell? So no matter who you get, it don't really matter. So you got to give yourself those rounds to actually try to see what he's bringing, see what he was about. And Gary fucked him up even more, because when the interview before, Gary was like, yeah, we understand that, and I'm going to use that to my advantage, so I'm going to press him early.
Hey, but
When
look
he
though,
was pressing him early and shoe shining his body with those shots, Hirioka wasn't ready for that, so he kept on trying to pull his head down. But Gary would go down with it, pop back up, and then hook him, boom, and then throw another hook, and then go right back downstairs. Gary was smart.
The first 3 rounds was studying.
Yeah, he took the distance away. He took the distance away because Gary came in with the double and triple jab. Or he would do smart foot pressure.
But peep this, AC. This is Andy. Andy ain't just been stuck in Japan, man. Google him, bro. He been in the Mayweather gym training.
Yeah.
He's been over here already. So when we talk about these visa issues and all of that, nah, he's been over here before.
Yeah, but sometimes the visa take a issue.
No,
and
I get you. I know. I'm not even making that
an
issue, Malaza. I'm just talking about like he understands like he's not just limited to Japanese work.
No. Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and this is why I'm hoping
Japanese work. And he's been over here on the state side too. That's why him being over here in the United States, that wasn't no issue. The pressure of the moment was no issue for Andy because of that.
No, that's not. I didn't feel that at all. The way
he was comfortable.
Fought, but you can see just between for me, the game plan that they took. I don't believe the game plan that they executed. I don't believe was their original game plan. This is probably B or C game plan of trying to deal with Mr. Gary Russell. Then maybe it was to just read him for a couple of rounds and then you're gonna do what you got to do. But because of the situation, he had to probably take a little bit more rounds off. But Gary wasn't making it easy for him. The thing that I like that Hirioka was doing, he was like, all right, you may have taken my jab. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a smart probe. So every time I feel you touch my glove, I step back. I step back and step around.
Come on, come on.
That's the part that I was like, yo, these two dudes is fucking nice.
They play chess.
I'm thinking in my head like, am I really looking at the actual 2 best dudes at 140 that can actually crack? That's what I was thinking in my head because that was brilliant boxing. Andy was like, okay, you took my jab. I can't jab you because you got this movement and I got to somewhat try to reserve shit just in case this shit does go 12. So I'm going to be smart and use my ring IQ just to use a smart probe. You touch my probe, I back up.
AC, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why it took him a while, though. I'm gonna tell you why it took Andy a while. And here's why it took Andy a while. Because his jab is also his liability, too. Because how Andy gets going is Andy just shoots the one. He don't shoot a combination. No, you see what I'm saying? So even when he shoots, what I'm trying to tell you on how Gary's the game plan for me with the reach advantage to get in, to get his. Because Andy, and also when Andy shoots his jab, it's hard and strong, but he bow and arrows it. So his body be open, bro. If you go back and watch the tape, I seen that on the tape. But what I'm telling you is, like, Barroso was old. He couldn't do nothing with what Andy was doing when he shoots that jab hard like that. So if you notice, like I said, just watch, because I'm not making this up. Watch the first and second rounds.
But
Andy's shooting the one. Hold up real quick, because I'm about to land it. Andy's shooting the one. And that's all really Gary's having to probe for before he has to make his move. So he's looking at it. He's catching it. He's feinting it. You feel me? He's trying to slip it. And because he knows there's only one coming at a time.
Now, if like for me, I've been watching Andy for a while. And I've been watching his like I don't get most of the time they don't air his fights on TV, but I try to find those Japanese channels. I'm sub to a couple of Japanese boxing channels, so I could actually watch them shits. You feel what I'm saying? So
you're talking about live, right?
Yeah.
Yep, okay,
if not live, or I watch the replay. You feel what I'm saying? So
this is really hard.
This is what I'm saying. Andy shoots that because who is Andy Hirioka? He's a devastating counterpuncher. He wants you to come in, so he'll shoot it to get you to bait to react, so he could do that little tricky shit and either shoot his left or that uppercut that he tends to like to throw when people try to commit to it, but keep aware of his distance. That'll give him enough time to wind that joint up so he can catch you with it. It's one of the ways that he was fucking Jin up. Jensen
And
Saki
Gary
out.
took it away though. That's what I'm trying to
But
tell
the
you. In the
crazy-
first
yeah.
3 rounds, it wasn't there, bro.
But
It
check
No,
this
but
out.
he took that away. So what
But
I'm
both
saying
guys
is,
are counter punchers, and look what type of fight they brought.
yeah,
Nah, but listen,
yeah.
no. Here's how I classify. Here's how I classify Gary
Gary's a
Antoine Russell.
counterpuncher,
And I
too.
classify. No, I'm just telling you. No, Gary is like he's a boxer brawler as far as the frenetic activity. And what I mean by that is that when he's brawling, it's strategic. You feel me? He goes in and he really thinks about when he hits the gas.
Yeah.
In positions where he has
Counterpunching.
people at in the ring. Like you
Because
seen that with Rio. You feel me? The nigga, he boxes though, but he's fast about, you know, when he gets to where he needs to get to let his hands go. That's the thing too, because you see he got them flurries where it was like, hey, the boxing IQ is like, I gotta get a judges something for me to win these rounds while I'm eating these body shots. I gotta make it look like I'm doing something right now, right? And you see the patty pat that he had to do in the mid rounds because he had to dig deep. He was like, I gotta bite on this mouthpiece and I gotta punch him more than he's punching me.
I saw that.
You see what I'm saying?
I
No matter
like
what they
catching
say,
him.
call it
He's a good
soft or
fight.
whatever. I gotta punch him more than he's punching me right now, and
Yeah.
I'm hurting. You see what I'm saying? Because that's why they was still inside. Because you got to remember when Hiroka starts landing them body shots, I don't see a lot of facial expressions, but he's allowing them to do it. I don't see the ring movement either. You see
It
what I'm
was-
saying?
and
So
that-
he had to fight him off him.
But this
He
was
had
a
to
point
fight him
I-
off of him.
that was a point I wanted to bring up earlier with Hirioka. If you look at how Hirioka placed himself for those body shots, he kept on feeling them out to say, okay. Right before he started to do it, he kept on letting Gary put himself on his shoulder. And he would do this little wrestling thing and step around. So he was trying to read him right there. Like, okay, this is where you are. So you're gonna let me, when I start to do it, I'm gonna be able to open up this way and then come straight up with the body shot. That's
I'm
an
gonna be able
uppercut,
to sit
and then
on
dig.
two.
and then
I'm gonna be
dig
able
on
to
it.
sit
And
on two body
He
uppercuts.
couldn't, like what I'm saying is the way he placed his body, there was no way to protect the body. So Gary had to really try to figure it out. Like, I gotta push this guy off of me and create the exit.
Gary
Because
knew
if I
where to
don't,
put his
he's
body to get the
got
low
me
blow.
trapped. His complete body, his shoulder, and his lead legs are in my center. So this way, he can just lean back and boof, lean
Hey,
forward.
but
and
remember,
doosh, doosh.
remember what Gary did in the mid round two. Remember, he backed up and got on his bicycle for a second to reset.
Yeah.
You feel me? So
And
it
the
was
low
like
blows-
that's why I'm telling you, man. That IQ from both
But
fighters, that was a
the
great
low
fight. I'm
blow
about to watch that again.
that Russell got, the first one, he bent over, you know, because he was getting hit with those body shots. So he knew how to bend over and put his body so that punch go low, so the referee stop it so he can breathe. And the second one, if you see it, like when they put it in slow motion, it's in a way that he moved forward so that hook get under him. You know?
But you know, but
smart.
Lazo, bro, but remember, even when Hiroka's hitting him with them body shots, his elbows is low. So that's like I'm telling you, like you saying, he's parrying them shots with his body, so they're getting lower. That's why there was a couple of low blows, because he pinned his, because you already know if you box, right? That's the first thing they teach you, to keep your elbows in. So all you got to do is lean down and your elbow touches your belt line. You see what I'm saying? So when Andy's hitting him, he's hitting his elbows too. He's really trying, and that causes it to parry. And then it's gonna slip off your elbow and it's gonna hit your belt line.
Yeah, but
You see
he
what I'm saying?
couldn't. What I was saying was
That's
Andy
what he
had
was
him in a
trying to do.
position. The way he was ripping them body shots, he had him in a position that Gary had to use his, like when you see it, like when you watch MMA, you have to, like when a guy's got you pent up against the gate, you use your butt to squat down to create the distance, so the body's automatically gonna lean forward. Then you can get them elbows up under you. If you're stuck kind of standing straight up, but you can still bend your knees, that's not gonna help you, because then he can dip his knees and then really get some torque on it. And that's what Gary realized when he first tried to create that exit, and he went and he tried to squat and then slide out, and Andy was like, nope, boom, and then he caught him again with another body shot. That's when you seen him cringe and he stepped back into it. Then when he realized, let me lean forward and create that distance with my shoulder and shit like that, and then he kind of slid out. It was a slick way of doing it, but that's the way it looked to me. maybe someone who's a bit more technical can probably explain what I'm probably saying real remedial or whatever, but that's
we hear you.
way that's just kind of the way it was looking to me. Like Gary had to figure out, like, okay, you're in my center, so you got great positioning on me, and this is why you ripping off all of these body shots on me. Then when he got open, then Andy was like, yeah, I know those angles now.
And I hear you, AC, and because the reason what I hear you is what I was seeing in that fight, and just so what I remember is that Andy was positioning himself to sit on those body combos clean. He was getting them clean. He was, like you said, it's just you time where your position is gonna be, and then he was letting them rip.
Yeah,
because they was on the inside, and he was sitting on them.
Yeah,
you feel me? He was sitting on them punches, bro. And so like that's what I'm telling you. Where I'm hearing you, where you're trying to break down how Gary had to make that adjustment. And the first thing he had to do was just reset. That's the thing. Gary caused a lot of resetting in this fight. Yeah. As far as they'll have the exchange, then boom, he'll reset it. And then they'll have to figure out what they're going to do again. On everything.
Big bro was coaching the shit out of him.
Man, listen, bro. He just get coach of the year, dog. When he smacked that nigga, I said, yeah, nigga, on there. Because my brother would have smacked me too. Like, nigga, you better beat this nigga's ass.
He was like, Anton.
Come on, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was later on when he said, I knew it was real. That's championship. Somebody got to clip that. Bodywork, you should clip that. Yeah, when he's talking about Antoine, when he's calling him Antoine, and I was like, hey, this is serious right now. This is when he makes his brother listen. That's like a trigger word for him because they was locked in. You feel me? And they was making sure the coach on the side was giving his ish too. But, you know, Gary was focused.
And Gary had to tell the other coach, like, hold on a minute. Let me just
brother to brother. This is brother to brother right here. Hold on.
You got to get your stick together. Shoe shine him. Use your stick. Get him positioned and shoe shine him. Stick with the game plan. Because you finna fuck this up. You finna get his fight away. I was like, bro, man, these dudes is killing this shit right now, man. Like, man, this is wow. Listen, I don't even know how to like really classify that fight. That's a legendary fight right there. People can go back and just appreciate boxing, even though it started off slow because of certain dynamics. But once that shit got going, like even when it was slow, it was going to me because I was seeing some strategic shit happening. But then when it got going, it was like, yo.
Yeah, that's a classic, man. But hey, Calico, you had stepped out for a second. Did you have something you wanted to put, bro?
Yeah, I know my mic was messing up or something like that, but no, I was trying to say how the thing that really messed Hiroka up was that round that he got penalized in. He was winning that round.
Yeah.
You know, so that's just like ironic. Like, damn, you was in route for 10. Like that was a 10-9 round.
Like, that was a little sound a little bit earlier.
Like that was a 10-9. Yeah, I'm saying how that was a 10-9 round that flipped to a 10-8 the other way.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know? So like that.
Or 9-8, we don't know. But no, by the scorecard was a 10-8.
Oh, okay. I like what you're saying. That's real.
But I like it, you know, that was a fucking it's a fight that tells story. You know, as you start watching it, and it's a fight that get into it, like the Frank Martin and the
Albright.
It's a fight like Albright. Thank you, Albright. You know, gonna take me a minute to remember that name. Shit, but
he can't defend.
When you think that Frank Martin got this fight already in the pocket, Albright come out of it and boom, rock the shit out of Frank Martin, and you think Frank Martin is gonna be out, but he find a way to stay in the fight. And then anyway, you see, we don't need, that is what I always was saying as a customer, we don't need to see all the time and rock on and suck them, but motherfuckers, give us a fight, give us entertainment, give us a reason to come back and talk about you guys. Don't be like, you saw that this motherfucker, how boring he was. Nah, we want to be like this, and I like that shit.
Hey, Melazar, let me ask you and Calico something real quick. I want y'all to have grab, because we was on here earlier, but I want to hear y'all input specifically. the impact of the mouthpiece falling out twice. Because I said, man, he messed up his own motherfucking momentum. I said, God damn, he about to stop Frank. But what do y'all think about that?
Yeah.
Yo, hey, you have to do what you have to do.
The first time you got to credit Frank Martin for knocking it out of his mouth, you know. But the second time, like he just like accidentally did it, getting prepared to get punched. He was like, all right, this punch coming, let me turn my head, and the mouthpiece flew out, and you know.
Nah, he buying time. He know he gonna get time out for that. That's a very move because he took the shots spit that joint out, but it fucked up his momentum.
Albright didn't need no time.
He was tired though. He was tired, bro. He was gassed.
Wow. So y'all think Albright gassed out?
No, both of them, man. Look, both of them was gassed.
I mean, they was empty in the tank.
No, because he wouldn't have did it if he wasn't gassed. He was. He was. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. I said they both emptied the tank. Now I feel what you're saying.
Yeah, but go ahead, Milazzo. You go first. I'll go after you.
Like I say, it's not like they're gas out that they cannot throw punches, but you're getting rocked, right? You're getting punched. You can lose. You feeling like you can get knocked down if you throw this mouthpiece. They're gonna be a timeout. You can breathe. You can get a space. You can think, and then you know it's how you say
it's
this?
boxing.
It's boxing. It's a old school mentality. A zorro, a mañoso. I forgot how to say that in English, but you know, it's like.
Nah, Calico, what it is, hey man, they was giving each other their best shots at the end. Right?
Yes,
both of them. Again, look, Calico, I remember talking to you before this fight. So remember we was talking about we think Frank Martin was sharper, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Remember I told you about his timidness about when he fought Tank, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I talked about. And then we talked about he handled his business against, Bartholomew, right?
Yep.
So my thing was I was looking for that with Frank. And what I was looking for is, hey, is he a dog? And I was like, from the press conference and all that, he's not afraid of Albright. But Albright's from Philly, he's a dog. You see what I'm saying? So what I was looking at for Frank Martin, it was like Albright was pressing him, but Frank wouldn't touch the ropes. That's what I said about the adjustment and the difference. I was looking for that.
I was looking for when you said that.
Remember, I was looking for it. You see how he got super close, but you see how he got super close to the ropes, but he pushed the rope.
Look, those were the worst times of the fight.
Yeah.
I say,
that's
bro,
what I'm trying to tell
really
you.
stood out to me after you said that, though.
Yeah, because look, I'm not hating on Frank Martin when I'm saying that. I'm just showing you what I seen on tape. He literally touched all 4 of the ropes in the first round against Tank. And people act like he was fighting off the back stuff, but no, he was on the ropes and he was flinching and he was letting Tank wind up them shots on him. Yep. He stood and he wasn't flinching with this boy. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it wasn't no freeze tag for him anywhere in the fight. You see what I'm saying? That's why he was tagging old boy, and that's why we're talking about, hey, Albright took Frank Martin's best punches, bro. And it was at the end when he was gassed, he had to spit his mouthpiece out to just get enough air to try to get his off before he get his. You see what I'm saying? Because he didn't mean to, he didn't mean to spit that out and mess up his momentum, but he needed that air, bro.
Hey, put it like
He's
this.
a dog.
I ain't gonna lie, I feel like I gotta give Shakur his credit, right? Because I've never seen Shakur be so honest. Like after that fight with Albright Martin, his assessment was perfect. How he said, man, in the beginning, he said early on, Frank Martin was looking like a front runner.
Yeah.
Huh? Like looking like one of them ones.
Looking like how you wanted him to look, right?
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. But Albright's a dog, bro.
Yeah.
He's
a dog. See, the thing what I was telling y'all, and I ain't even trying to knock him for that.
Out. Everybody count him always. But it's from Philly.
But look, don't take this as offense. Nah, he's not only from Philly, but he spars all the time. Down
with
there.
everybody.
You know what I'm saying?
With everybody.
He spars. I seen him
bro,
spar
his brother Cordier Albright, man, they call him C4, man. He got that power.
Yeah. Man, listen, man. What I'm telling you is like he's familiar. These guys is familiar. So it's like this boy's a dog. And that's the one thing about it, like, that's what separates
how he came back in the 11 and 12.
Other people would have been stopped. Other fighters would have been stopped.
Look, I like Nahir Albright over anybody in his weight division if he gets 12 rounds.
If he gets cardio up?
Bro,
Now,
Yeah.
10,
now
10
And
11, and
use his
12.
reach. And use his
it's a
reach. Yeah.
Bro,
difference.
he's never
It's
been
a
Yeah.
12 rounds.
difference.
He's
12
never been
Yeah.
rounds is
12
Yeah.
rounds,
another
and he's
ball
gonna hurt
game.
you by round 9, round 10.
Yeah, but he just
Papa.
gotta have the conditioning to be sharp when he get there. You see what I'm saying? Because he
Yeah.
So
could
I
strike
got a
harder
fight
than
for
Rocco.
y'all then.
Those 6
Since you said
minutes.
that Decalico, hold on. Since you said that Decalico,
Yep.
I got a fight for you.
Oh, no, I forgot about Hiroka. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, you know I was about
Yeah, yeah.
Nah, hey,
Nah,
I ain't
there's
gonna lie.
levels,
I asked for that last
levels.
night. I told people I want to see Nahir Albright and Andy Hiroka.
Hey, but listen, now
I
Calico, I
wanna
got
see
somebody
him
in the
rope.
mix that ain't nobody talking
Him
about.
rope.
I want to see whoever versus Tito Mercado.
Whoever.
Yeah,
Whoever,
I got
Tito,
Hiroka now.
whoever.
I got
Hey.
Hiroka.
Whoever. I got Tito. That's a good fight though. Think about that
Yeah,
one.
hey,
Woo!
I want to see
Wait,
Nahir
that's a
Albright
good
and
fight.
Lamont Roach now. I want to see
that's a
Lamont
good
Roach
fight.
and
That's
Nahir Albright.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good fight.
damn, now
Damn, that's
140
a
is
good
really,
fight.
really intense.
Ooh, Mr. Hey, yeah, both of them got that
Always,
draw.
140
Yeah.
is always intense.
But
He gonna
I-
get another
yeah,
shot
this is
though.
why I
Albright
say
gonna
that
get a
one
shot.
fight.
Hey, listen, Albright gonna get another shot, bro. Y'all, you hear me? Albright gonna get another shot.
This
Yeah,
is
he
why I
deserved
call 140 the row. Because on any given night, I always say they be trying to say 154 is, but I be like, nah, why you think people is running up out of 40 and maneuvering
Yeah,
and all
40
this?
40 is murder weapon
40
high.
is the most competitive division in there, where on any given night, I can match up some fights to where it's like, oh shit, sign me up, take my money. But they ain't fighting nobody. The thing is, people at 40 are actually getting in there and mixing it up. 54, they got all the talent. They just not all the way mixing it up right now.
Yeah,
You
man,
know,
it's slow
that's why
motion
you
up
gotta
here,
give
man.
it 240.
But the thing, Calico, with my thing is like even with Boots and all of them, whoever up there, it's like it don't matter. Hey, if them guys stall, you just fight somebody that's ranked.
That's
You
real.
don't just sit and wait because this is your
real.
prime, bro. You can get famous off knocking out nobodies, bro. I knock out
Yes.
3 nobodies in a year.
Yes.
And I get knockout of the year. And I get all y'all tweeting and stuff saying everybody ducking me. You guys is gonna let them guys know y'all should be fighting me. That'd be the thing where people knock Boots. That's why it's like I got a top 5 Black American list. And my top 5 Black American list is 1, Boots, 2, Shakur, 3, Devin, 4, Keyshawn, 5, Abdullah Mason, and Tank would be on my list at number 4 if he was active. You see what I'm saying? And that's coming with skills, but also when you talk about making up the matchups, right?
I would
You
put
feel me?
Tank Davis instead of Keyshawn, but go ahead.
But what I'm saying, he's not active.
I mean,
You feel me?
barely,
Respectfully.
like Keyshawn barely
Respectfully.
active. You know,
No.
Keyshawn barely.
What I mean is he got issues. We don't know when he's gonna be able to get in the ring and have another fight. Keyshawn's active right now. You see what I'm saying? He got a bunch of options. And after yesterday, settled a bunch of stuff to figure out what he might do next. He should be fighting for a
the
title at
division
140
is
if he ain't fighting Devin. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. Didn't fight
Here's-
Devin.
Well, I'm gonna just say this, Blaze. Yesterday, when we did the live yesterday, or the day before that, Keyshawn is actually now ranked pretty much across the board at 140.
He's number 1 in the WBO at 140.
Yeah,
he's Shakur's mandatory.
Yeah, he's number 1 right there, but also he's ranked in the IBF and he's ranked in the WBA, I believe.
You know where he's at?
He the numbers he's ranked in the top 10. Let me just put it to you.
That means he's ranked high enough for a title shot. Right?
Yeah.
Hey, I bet
That's the
Keyshawn
point.
won't fight Andy Hiroka.
Yeah, I think he would, homie.
I really know he can't.
I think he would.
I don't know what he could do with that. He can't do nothing.
No. What I'm trying to tell you, Gary got success because he had a game plan for Oroka. He'll have a game plan for Oroka. The only difference between Gary and Keyshawn is Keyshawn's gonna sit on them punches or hitting them in the head and mixing it to the body early too.
Bro,
and he
Gary,
don't got that reach disadvantage.
Look, Gary only had one advantage, and he wasn't just like a 10 over Hiroka. But as far as
Calico,
like physically,
it's matchups though.
he was able to physically push him at times. But even Hiroka was like pushing him too. But
what I'm telling you is it's a whole different style matchup and body type matchup. Keyshawn's way bigger than Gary.
No.
Keyshawn he's way bigger, taller than Gary. Yes, he got way more reach than Gary. Yes, he's not gonna have no issues. The reach when they have to find their range first, and then
What
find
is
out
his reach?
who can with his lead hand. I don't know. Look it up.
Because
But how
Hiroka's
tall is
71 inch reach.
Yeah, I would look. What I'm telling you is Hiroka is gonna have the reach advantage against Keyshawn, but he's not. It's not going to be as wide as it was against Gary because Keyshawn has a longer reach advantage than Gary. You feel me? And
Nah,
he's just bigger.
man,
He's a bigger fighter.
Bro, you saw those body punches.
Yeah, I know, but he has
that
to
little
land them,
frame,
though.
that little frame of Keyshawn.
But
And
Calico,
I don't think he got no chin like Gary. Gary got
Calico.
a real chin.
Calico. Keyshawn has to be there for him to land those body punches. He's not going to get those looks like that.
This guy, this guy hitting you in the back of the head.
Man,
this guy doing everything. Bro,
look, but the thing
he ain't going out without a fight.
Man, listen, but the thing is he's not catching. Gary don't got pepper like Keyshawn got pepper, bro. Like straight up, like you feel me?
Oh no,
like,
no, no,
let's
no,
not
no,
be
no,
mistaken.
no. Ain't no way, bro. Hey, at 140, Gary is way more powerful than goddamn Keyshawn, bro.
No. Go back and watch just when he fought Jermaine right here. The first round, he punched him with a straight right in his face. And
bro, do you know what?
Everything.
Bro, man, I ain't gonna lie. Like Gary probably could do that with one arm.
Man, listen, what I'm trying
Jermaine
to tell
Ortiz.
you is Keyshawn punched Jermaine Ortiz in the face in the first round and changed the whole fight from there.
Yeah, Gary.
You feel me? Whatever you
would've
thought
did that.
Jermaine was gonna do with his experience and be able to box and this
I
and
don't even
whatever.
think like
No.
Jermaine would have turned down a Gary fight.
I mean, maybe so, but what I'm telling you is it's a matchup thing. I just disagree with you, Calico. I wish they'd like make the fight or something.
I'm sensing the debate. We getting ready. Y'all
it's a debate.
Goddamn Keyshawn versus Gary.
Yeah, hey, y'all want to?
Yeah.
What y'all
Why
trying to
not?
do?
Man, why not? Why not?
Yeah,
Let's aim for
good
Wednesday.
That's a good one.
Let's
Why
aim
not?
for Wednesday.
Calico, why not?
Why?
I'm just telling you, why
why?
wouldn't Keyshawn call him out? And he'll be talking crazy to Gary. He'll be like, oh man, I seen something that you didn't see. You feel me? That's how they get if they really decide they want to fight each other. But
Gary
Keyshawn just
and
is
Keyshawn?
staying focused on Devin. So we're gonna see what happens.
Gary versus Keyshawn, you say?
Gary versus Keyshawn.
Ooh, that's a good one. Hell yeah.
That's a good one. That's the
Hell
fight.
yeah, that's a main event.
Read what Aaron Jones said.
Bro, what? Forget about. Hey, Devin is over
Dang,
there in
sound went out.
147. 140's pack. It's a bunch of names to make money. Everybody's interested. Everybody's watching. Places are getting packed. So, what the fuck? Just stay in 140 and find somebody and get a title and let's fight. What do you mean? Let's see who is the best. Will be Gary Russell or will be Antoine Russell or will be Keyshawn Davis? Let's see. I wanna watch that fight. Hell yeah. Title fight. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I wanna
Bunch of
hear
names over
Blaze. I wanna hear Blaze and D Calico debate.
Mira,
Gary Antoine Russell versus Keyshawn. I want to set that
Shakur
up.
can defend the title.
Hey, I just seen what they said, Calico, in the chat.
Hey,
but
Blaze,
you wasn't here when we
put
was
your,
giving Gary all his praise.
Put your email in the private chat, man, because we be having little debates where we coordinated, everybody get equal time. It's
Oh yeah,
orchestrated.
bet.
We
Yeah, that's
do that,
dope.
but I would love to hear that. I would love to hear that debate, man, because I gotta
and we gonna come back with some research. You already know.
yeah. But hey, y'all, we gonna land planes because Clarissa Shields and Cruz DAZN get ready to fight, and I at least want to see, you know what I'm saying, what I can see with that, man. But how y'all wanna let's start with Malaysia and close out with D Calico. But it'll be Malaysia, Blaze, and if AC get back on, he'll be in there. But go ahead and land y'all planes, bro, so we can I'm gonna go watch the fight.
Yeah,
So,
no. I close with this one. Like was a good weekend, you know. We got a great fight, and that's what we are asking for. Like, you know, these fighters give us whatever the best they have, you know, and entertain us, and because we know they can give a good show. So if they keep putting shows like that, more people are gonna keep watching, and this show is gonna get better. So that's it. Hey, keep coming to Bodywork and hit that like button, subscribe, and don't lose another show. This is Bodywork.
I appreciate you, Melazar, man. Have a good work week, man. Be safe out here, man. What's up, D Calico? How you want to land your plane, brother? D Calico? Or Blaze? Blaze, how you want to land your plane, bro?
Oh man, peace, man. Shout out. I appreciate you having me on the show. Shout out to all the panelists. Shout out to all the people in the chat. You know, I appreciate you holding this space, Bodywork. Yeah, man. I was been waiting on Saturday just for the implications when the dust settled. No matter who won and lost, we finally got a landscape now for a lot of smoke at 140. A lot of smoke at 147 in particular right now, as far as these bouts and these championship bouts that just happened on Saturday. So I just want to give a shout out for show to the fight of the night for me was Gary Antoine Russell and Andy Aroka. Gary is a dog and true champion. And whoever go and fight him, it's going to be definitely high risk, high reward. But at the end of the day, I just want to see who I think is the best fight, and may the best man win. And even if you lose, we still gonna respect you. You feel me? And then I'll land my plane with Ryan Garcia. Man, Ryan Garcia with a belt, we done created a monster because he is the true face of boxing, regardless of what you want to say. We got a streamer, we got a social media star that's champion at 147 that won under the big lights in spectacular fashion. I might have my disagreements as far as the level of competition with Barrios, but he did what he was supposed to do under the bright lights. And so now he's the guy, and he's the money fight, at 147. He talked at 144 about Shakur. I don't believe him, but, he's the guy right now. So as much as I don't like Ryan as a person, man, I got to give him props because he's, the star right now, one of the stars of boxing in general. And I'll let my plane right there.
Well, I appreciate you, Blaze, man. You always welcome. Hey, if D Calico, I'm gonna email D Calico and email you, and if y'all want to do that debate, I'll let you know. But we just always friendly sparring or whatever. Love the energy you bring, man. You see things just the same way we saw it, because a lot of the things you said, we said it like right at the beginning. Me and AC, or even me and AC talked about on the phone. So you fit right into the 300, man. Don't be a stranger and be safe out there, bro. Thank you.
Also,
AC, what you got?
Man, I got a badass snowstorm out here, man. Complete whiteout out here, man. It's just fucking with my cable and shit like that. And we got Verizon, piece of shits. So, but basically, I loved all the fights. I got to see some of the guys that we spoke about. When we gave our final thoughts and stuff like that. I got to see some of those guys perform. The Olympian, you ain't him right now, bro. You need so much work, man. A Richard Torres would just knock you the fuck out early. It wouldn't even be funny. I know dudes that haven't had a professional fight yet will probably beat your ass. So you're not looking like you're it for me. So some of the other guys, the guy that appeared on the Bud Canelo undercard, the Aquila is Alakale. He's still looking good, man. I could see why they're trying to build him as the face of Saudi Arabia boxing. He may fit the bill. So I want to see more from him and stuff like that. But to the big guys, that was a good fight. What's the dude name that had the rat tail thing? What the hell was his name again?
Amari Jones.
Yeah, Amari Jones. Did you see the light-skinned dude that had the same thing? Like the weird haircut with the same thing. So I was like, that must be a thing from where they are, or that must be a thing for them as a crew and shit like that. But Amari Jones did his thing and stuff like that. So he was his fight was moved up from the prelims to the regular joint. So I was completely happy with the card. Everybody came through. The main guys, they put on the show. And for me, it's this. You got a card like that, of that magnitude, that was not it wasn't generic, it was organic, in the sense of, you can have your points of saying, yeah, that card was pretty much a showcase of people that try to shit on this other fighter, but look at what they did. Now you can understand the gratitude of the other guy. like the magnitude of who he is, because look at the card that was just put on between everybody he stopped, with the exception of one guy or a couple of opponents and shit like that. But it still was a great card, great fights. You can't take you have to look at that and say the 140-pound division is a motherfucking that shit is a meat grinder. If you think you him and you can make that weight, try your look at 140. This is why I think some fighters want to get there and then, you know, use it as a hopscotch, because they know once they put their foot on that pan or they try to test the water, they like, yo, this water is hot as hell. I thought it was going to be ice cold, but no, this shit stayed boiling. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if they want to try to cross the boiling sea without a raft. So some guys will try to pick and choose their little slide and build a little dinghy so they can kind of appear that they're going out on the ledge, but not really. But I was super impressed, man. Big shout outs to everybody. Even the guys who lost, y'all gave us great fights. You know, even the draws, it was all great fights. Answered some questions, but overall, you had guys that made new fans, and you can't ask for anything better from a card that was sanctioned by the sanctioning bodies. This is why we appreciate belts. This is why we appreciate the sanctioning bodies, because you get shit like that. And that's where I land my plane.
Word. I got something. You jog my mind about something. I'm gonna close out when I land my plane, man. But always excellent contribution, AC. I appreciate it, man. Hope you enjoy your evening. You watching the Clarissa joint? You gonna watch?
Probably. I'll probably tune it in and see what I can see with it. I may just reserve it till tomorrow, but tonight I don't know if I'm gonna watch it. Because this snowstorm got me like, it's like a sleepy household. Everybody sleep at fucking 9:23 in the crib, because the snow is just, it's one of those days. You know what I'm saying? It's quiet. Yeah.
Enjoy your evening,
man. Salute D Calico. Salute to everybody in the chat. Make sure y'all like, subscribe.
Salute.
On the playback crowd, you know, comment about what you heard. You know what I'm saying? Tell us your opinion of the fight. What takes you may think we were a little off on or whatever, but you know, engage. All right, buddy.
All right, man. Talk to you later. What's up, D Calico? How you want to land, bro?
Man, like I feel like boxing, like he just said a mouthful, man, about that 140-pound division. I have never seen it look this good in my entire life. You know, 42 years old. I have never seen the 140-pound division be so thick. It's damn near oversaturated. Huh? I'm talking about everything we were saying about the 154-pound division. That's what we need to be saying about 140. Everything we used to say back in the days with Spence and Crawford and, you know, all of that, you know, power that was at 147. Man, 140 is a powerhouse. I'm talking about fuck the champions. I'm talking about the whole division. Mm-hmm. And anybody who's coming, I'm talking about whoever the next person come to the division, he can't even come to 140 unless he already know he the man.
Like Abdullah
Mason or something. You know what I'm saying? Whoever it might be. You know?
Yep.
Like, it's just thick, bro. Like, even the gatekeepers will sleep you. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, there's some angry gatekeepers at 140, bro. So, like I'm very highly impressed. You know, like I don't even know what to do with it no more. Like I thought I had it figured out a long time ago. I just was Gary Russell over everything at 140. And now I see even if Gary became undisputed, nobody would just hold down 140. You're gonna get your ass whooped. You know, like if somebody becomes undisputed, it's gonna become a hot potato. And and I feel like the walls are closing in based on that, and based on the fact that, you know, the power has spread it out to 147. You know, with the Ryan and the Haneys, you feel me? Like, they should really go on a tear versus other guys before they, you know, lead up to a mega fight. But everybody, you know, anyways, what I'm saying is the walls could be closing in on Shakur, man. A goddamn Ryan Garcia with a certain amount of Oster ring can do some nice things in that motherfucking ring. You feel me? And Haney, I mean, Shakur is like sticking his nose in Haney business. You feel me? And it might be dangerous for him. You feel me? He's always wanted to be like Tank. Now he's somehow wants to be like Haney, but better, of course. He wants to be better. He wants to beat Ryan and all of this. That might be something he needs to avoid. And I don't think he's serious. And he even thinks Ryan was juiced up, because when Devin tweeted it, he responded immediately and said, "I said that since the first round." Huh? Because Haney said Ryan looks juiced up. You know? Matter of fact, he looks like he's on that juice. And then and your boy Shakur agreed and said that he was saying that since the first round. So I'm pretty sure he don't want to smoke. You know, if he wanted to smoke, he would have walked in the ring and all this other shit. He don't want to smoke. Him and Shakur are the you know, the bluff brothers. I gotta call them something like that nature, because they just be bluffing. You know, they just here to cause a stir, but not fight the big name. Like they both used to do it to Tank. Neither one of them fought Tank. Neither one. Now they both doing it to the Ryan Garcias and the Haneys, but they're not gonna fight them. You know, they just want that attention, because that's where the most attention in the world is, on Haney and Ryan. So they want to include themselves with that level, you know, of clamor by the fans. The fans around the world are clamoring for that, and they want to be those kind of guys. So they just sticking their nose in there just for the clout. But I know neither one of them gonna fight. Neither one of them. And it's just, you know, I feel like, honestly, I think Haney's the face of boxing, because anybody mentions his name, the world wants him to fight him. You know, they're like, he needs to fight Shakur. He needs to fight Keyshawn. And everybody be like, if he don't fight him, he ducking. Oh, he need to fight Xander. If he don't fight Xander, he ducking. Oh, he need to fight Ryan. If he don't fight Ryan, he ducking. What the fuck, man? They want this one man to fight everybody, and nobody else gonna fight nobody else. You know, so but you know, I think everything really finna even itself out. Like, the walls are closing in. Nobody's safe. You know, 147 is probably the safest division, and we know Haney is not. He's not safe at 147. Huh? It looked like the WBO might be against him. You know, it's getting ugly. You know, Mike Turkey might be. You never, you know, hey, this shit getting crazy. Walls closing in on everybody, and it's gonna be good for boxing.
It is.
Yes, sir.
But salute,
you know, I appreciate you, man. For real. Appreciate you having me, bro.
Too, man. I don't. I'll send you an email if you and
Yeah, if we want to do that Wednesday, you know, I'm gonna pull up regardless, though.
Yeah,
like that could be a segment of the show.
All right, bro. Well, enjoy your evening, man. Appreciate your contributions, man. Be safe out here. All right, bro. Well, there you have it, man. We had a classic segment, man. I'm going to start off by saying this. Ryan Garcia cemented his legacy. It was his 4th attempt. You know, he has he got one of the best resumes out there, with all things being considered. You can see the 300, man. We don't do that politics, man. we can cite it and say, okay, I could see how this and that, but like you can see how everybody that was on this panel agreed at their core of things, saw everything, appreciated the best fight that there was that's not getting any publicity and all that, man. We give credit where it's due, and we keep it all the way a buck, man. What I'm disappointed in is Ryan Garcia finally made a statement. You can say what you want about Mario Barrios. He made a statement against Dramont Barrios. He did everything but stopped him. He dropped him, put BTA and everything. And that his shine was overshadowed, eclipsed by Shakur and his shenanigans, to where there's a precedence to where Shakur can ask him, but let's meet at 144. It's like, no, man, that's a circus fight. He just got his shine. If skills pay the bills and size don't matter, then you would go do that. Plus, Rolly Romero already outboxed Ryan. Think about it. He outboxed Ryan, and you're supposed to be the best pure boxer out here, Shakur. Tank already stopped him, but now it's acceptable for you to want to fight him and fight him at a catchweight. No. Just like everything else, him and Bud shouldn't have been out there running around like a loose pit bull and controlling the nerve. They should have never gotten the privilege of being able to do that. But that's how funky these networks are. There was a Golden Boy event, Golden Boy versus PBC, but the DAZN chose to give all the shine to Shakur and Bud. And Bud, I thought you were retired, bro. Go chill out, bro. Get out the way, man. Let the young dudes have it, bro. I don't remember you running around with a pit bull around your neck, co-signing everything you did. You just got in there and did what you do. And I called you the closer in my boxes to watch for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm disappointed, man, because Ryan should have had the privilege of having this moment. That was his moment. Just like you don't want people disrespecting you in your moment when you shined and you went and did whatever. If somebody else came and just eclipsed yours, all the media would have went ham and said, why they ain't just let Shakur have the spotlight? Now you taking the spotlight of other people and making it about you and this and that. And the scary thing is, with what Gary Antoine Russell showed against a guy like Hirioka, he's the most dangerous man in the division. There's no pressure whatsoever. Richardson Hitchens, hey, I'm not saying you out the whip. I'm just saying, hey, you know, we're looking at you, man. That looked real suspect out there. And just as loud, I was pulling for you. I was putting stakes in the ground. But like I said, as long as your moves lined up with what you was destined to do, then I'll be part of the crew. But like that looked like duck flu. You know what I'm saying? That just looked like duck flu. Joshua Edwards, first time I seen him fight like that, and yeah, he got a long way to go. Muhammad Alakel looked just like he needed, and he did that body work, the left to deliver. You know what I'm saying? That's what he did. Amari Jones, textbook, technical breakdown, surgical breakdown, beat that, patient, switch stances. The dude is nice. 160, he's going to be a champ at 160, man, at the rate that he's going, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Bektemir Melikuziev, at one point in time, he had it was 117 to 29 when it comes down to power punches. Let that sink in. Signal Beko, he's one of them guys that he could probably teach a class and get you all ripped up and have you looking all muscular, all vascular and all that. But when it come down to the 1-2s, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Getting out the way and doing what you do, like, no. The punch resistance is gone. Frank, there was one point in time when he got hit and I said, man, the Tank damaged Frank. Because we really didn't see Barthélemy, who was the older gentleman. We really didn't see him touch Frank. So I got a couple questions. I think that this was a I can't say it was a step forward. I would say I'll give you a step forward because I gained a lot more respect for Nair Albright. But what I will say is, like, it made me question whether or not Frank should actually be at welterweight. Should he? Because it looked like he gassed to me. You know what I'm saying? It looked like some of them punches started being pity pat, you know what I'm saying? And this and that, whatever. And I question, but I still got respect for Frank. I got a lot of respect for Nair Albright. You gained a fan, Nair Albright. I hope that man continue to get more shots at it, man. I would love to see Nair Albright and Lamont Roach, even though I know Lamont Roach is looking forward. You know, but Nair Albright, you gained a fan in me. Gary Antoine is the most dangerous man at 140. I don't care what you say. He's the most battle tested. He's the most vicious. He's the most versatile. You know what I'm saying? As far as form and all that, looking like Mayweather, looking like Floyd, the form might not look like that, but don't underestimate that with boxing skills. Different body types, different movements and all that. For him to overcome what that man Hirioka did and the game plan that they had, that was a classic boxing match. That was one for the ages. It's sad that a lot of people, man, because of hidden agendas or political ties, they won't come out and tell you that that's one of the best fights we've witnessed. It just gives you a display of the Row, and how I say that on any given night at the Row, I can make a match. I can make several matches to get any fighter at 140 beat, in my opinion. That's why they got to fight the fights. Salute to Andy Hirioka. I might foresee him having to go to 147 because I don't think that nobody at 140 is going to fight him. And if Gary Antoine Russell said rematch with Hirioka or go to whatever, I think, man, we might not see the rematch. But I am godly proud of Gary Antoine Russell. Godly proud of Mr. Gary Russell. You talking about coaching, you talking about making adjustments, you talking about showing everything you needed to see in a fight. And then they still say that, like, overall, above all and everything, like, this guy beat one person in the division, the most decorated, not the most dangerous, not the most tenured. Because remember, Richardson Hitchens and Gary Antoine, they've been in the division. Subriel Matias, they've been in the division longer than Teofimo Lopez. He just came up and beat the man who had the undisputed there. Not the most tenured. Didn't spend the most time there. They just automatically default and say that Shakur is automatically. It's like, yes, you are the man because you beat the man and accolades and all that, and because of your accolades, for division and all that, so you get the credit of that. But being the most dangerous, the most formidable in the division and all that, no, it's accolade, meaning recognition, meaning accomplishment. Yes, you are the most accomplished. But being the best, different story. It's not proven. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to salute Ryan Garcia for what he was able to do. You know, I always said that Ryan Garcia got a set of skills like Liam Nielsen. I just think that he was never the most disciplined guy. And I said with his frame, the natural skill set that he have, and everything that he got, man, if he was to dedicate himself to the sport of boxing, he would be dangerous. So this is a feather in the cap of Ryan, man. Salute for finally making it, man. Now you can take a deep breath. I know your father is godly proud. We give credit where credit is due. I hope you don't go off on no circus. I hope you fight either Devin or Rolly. Get back with Rolly. Prove that what you did the first time with Devin was really real in a battlefield, and continue with your journey. You can go have a one-off like all these guys and have a circus fight. Okay, go do that and then get straight back to business. But don't do nothing foolish. Do not go play in the sandbox with Shakur Stevenson. Make him fight and clear out everything at 40 and then make a super fight between the best at 47 and the best at 40. And then if y'all want to meet at the middle, or somebody want to come down, or somebody want to go up, or however y'all want to look at it, then y'all can do that. But right now, stay focused, young man. You just got to where you needed to be. Hopefully you stay focused. You know, this is the most focused before the fight that I've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? We didn't meet our goal. I wanted to help get Chris Mannix a new suit, man. If you hear this on the playback, donate to the channel, man. We got to get Chris Mannix a new blue suit, man. You know, but that's all I had, man. I appreciate everybody who gave feedback, everybody in the comment section who came by and said, what's up, man? Salute to the 300. This is Fruits and Veggies, not that Reggie, that fact-based content, not opinion-based, even though we have ours. Silence is consent is the mantra of the channel, meaning that all it takes for evil to prevail is for men and women to remain silent. So we speak to the things that need to be spoken to in the sport of boxing. We say something, even when it's not advantageous, man. We don't gaslight you, man. We try to put something in your rucksack so that you can walk away and move on with it. Something that'll help you out in your boxing conversation. And it's Fruits and Veggies, not that Reggie, meaning that we focus to keep your blood pressure down. If you listen to us, you adapt the perspective, which is an alternative to what everybody else is saying. We're not saying don't go listen to them guys. We're just saying listen to all of them and then come over here and listen to what we got to say. I guarantee you your blood pressure will go down. Why? Because you won't get so excited. You won't get triggered. You won't get driven. You won't get gaslit. You just get educated, enlightened, entertained. That's it. That's all. Anyways, thanks for choosing Bodywork Boxing. But we don't take things for face value. We do that body work.
He didn't want to box. He wanted to actually prove that he could punch with you. He was like, what the fuck is this nigga? Right? Oh, okay. You want to go to sleep. You tired.
Welcome to